Chapter 1000. With the help of Qin Tianyi, Chu Mu signed up for the Heavenly Sword Hall's Army of God assessment. The Heavenly Sword Hall's Army of God was divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they were Sergeant, General, and Commander. The 3 levels of the Army of God also corresponded to the cultivation strength of the swordsman: Creation Realm, Nirvana Realm, and Eternal Realm. Chu Mu's cultivation was at the first sky of Creation Realm. He could only sign up for the Sergeant level assessment. Moreover, the assessment would not start immediately. Instead, it would have to wait for half a year. This was because the date of each assessment was fixed. There would be more than one person. A group of newly registered Sword of Gojosian would gather and start the assessment together. Qin Tianyi also gave Chu Mu some knowledge about the Army of God. After passing the Army of God assessment, one would receive the corresponding Army of God sword token. In addition to one's name and so on, there was also a column for military merit. Military merit was something like a currency that belonged to the Heavenly Sword Hall's Army of God. It was very useful and very important. In fact, most of the swordsmen who applied for the assessment of the Heavenly Sword Hall's Army of God were aiming for military merit. Whether it was Sergeant, General, or Commander, they were all divided into 4 sublevels: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Chu Mu had just applied for the Sergeant assessment. If he passed the assessment in half a year, he would become a black iron sergeant. Only when he accumulated enough military merit could he apply for promotion to bronze sergeant, silver sergeant, and gold sergeant. The higher the level, the more authority he had. There was still half a year before the sergeant assessment. During this half a year, Qin Tianyi advised Chu Mu to stay in the Heavenly Sword Hall and cultivate slowly while waiting for the time to come. Otherwise, he would waste a lot of time going back and forth. Any Sword of Gojosian who had been certified with a title could stay in the Heavenly Sword Hall. However, they had to pay a price. The price was military merit. Chu Mu did not have any military merit. Qin Tianyi used his military merit to rent a cultivation room of the lowest level for Chu Mu. To Chu Mu, this was a great favor. To Qin Tianyi, the military merit consumed by a cultivation room of the lowest level was nothing. After that, Qin Tianyi said that he still had some things to deal with and left first. He hoped that Chu Mu would work hard to cultivate and one day they could fight side by side. Su Qin and Su Yu also left with Qin Tianyi. Staying in the cultivation room, Chu Mu concentrated on cultivation. The cultivation rooms of the Heavenly Sword Hall were divided into 3 levels: human, earth, and sky. They corresponded to the sergeant, warrior, and commander levels of the Army of God. Each level was further divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Chu Mu was in the low grade cultivation room. Firstly, the low grade, human grade cultivation room required the least amount of military merit. Secondly, it was because Chu Mu had not passed the assessment. Even if he passed the assessment and became a black iron rank sergeant, he could only cultivate in the low grade, human grade cultivation room. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the low grade, human grade cultivation room was twice as rich as the outside world. Cultivating in such a place would naturally be faster than cultivating in the outside world. After all, a swordsman could not use yuan crystals to cultivate all the time. That would require a large amount of yuan crystals. Except for those disciples who were heavily nurtured by large factions, the vast majority of swordsmen could not afford it. Chu Mu was different. In his interspatial ring, there are hundreds of millions of high-grade yuan crystals and more than 6 million top-grade yuan crystals. In addition, there were also 5 kilograms of yuan liquid. With Chu Mu's current cultivation, the effect of using top-grade yuan crystals to cultivate was not as good as using high-grade yuan crystals. However, the effect of yuan liquid was the best. It was not like elixirs, which were somewhat poisonous. Staying in the cultivation room, Chu Mu began to consume yuan liquid and cultivate, causing his sword origin to grow little by little. After refining 1 kilogram of yuan liquid, The Sky Desolation sword origin had clearly strengthened a lot. He began to cultivate the metal sword skill chop iron and the wind sword skill break wind. Then he began to cultivate the thunder sword skill, familiarizing himself with the rules of thunder, studying the more tyrannical vibration power, and so on. The assessment time was half a year later. During this period of time, Chu Mu had to improve his strength as much as possible. He had to become even more powerful to ensure that he could pass the assessment. As time passed, a figure of light came from outside and entered the West Tiger territory, rapidly heading towards the Heavenly Sword Hall. In the cultivation room, other than a futon, there was also a black stone statue. The stone statue was incomparably hard. It was used by swordsmen to test their power when they were cultivating their sword skills. It had the ability to automatically recover. Standing before the black stone statue, Chu Mu's eyes shone brightly. His right hand gripped the Wild Thunder's sacred sword tightly, ready to strike. His strength was gathering. What he was gathering was not sword origin, nor was it the power of his consciousness. It was pure physical strength. He began to cultivate the 4th level of the Sky Desolation sword body. His body was strengthening little by little. Also, because of the tempering of the vigorous vitality of the wood form origin, the effect of the 4th level of the Sky Desolation sword body was more obvious than before. His current body was much stronger than when he was in the divine condensation realm. It could withstand a higher frequency of vibration power. The strength in his body was constantly mobilized and gathered bit by bit. Suddenly, his right arm began to vibrate slightly. The frequency of vibration became faster and faster. Wave after wave of vibration power was transmitted to the Wild Thunder sacred sword in his hand. The buzzing sound was so dense that it made one's scalp go numb. Looking at it with the naked eye, the Wild Thunder sacred sword was no different from before. Only by touching it with the power of consciousness could one feel that the Wild Thunder sacred sword was vibrating at a terrifying frequency. The void at the edge of the sacred sword's blade showed signs of being torn apart because of the high frequency of vibration power. The frequency of vibration is not enough. At this moment, the frequency of vibration had exceeded the previous limit of the mountain quake force and was going to a higher level. However, Chu Mu felt that it was not enough. It was far from enough, because the degree of increase was too low. The imagined power of the earthquake force was at least 10 times that of the mountain quake force. Otherwise, how could it possibly crack the earth? If its power was 10 times that of the mountain quake force, then even if the frequency of vibration did not reach 10 times, it would at least be several times higher. If the frequency of vibration of the mountain quake force was 10,000 times per breath, then the frequency of vibration of the earthquake force was at least 30,000 times per breath. With every increase in the frequency of vibration, the power of the vibration power would obviously increase. Chu Mu was constantly controlling and increasing the frequency of vibration. Gradually, he felt the muscles in his arm become sore and numb. There was a slight pain in his palm, as if it was about to be torn apart. When using the mountain quake force, his hand holding the sword would naturally bear the corresponding rebound force. If it was not strong enough, it would be damaged by the high-frequency vibration power. Have I reached the limit? Chu Mu could not help but think to himself. However, he was extremely unwilling because he felt that the frequency of vibration was not enough. It was really not enough. However, the soreness in his right arm became more and more obvious. The numbness in his palm became more and more intense. Even his right arm and shoulder were beginning to be affected and gradually transmitted to the rest of his body. In an instant, the sound of a sword light was heard, melodious in the cultivation room. A bright sword light tore through the sky like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven. It suddenly flashed and slashed at the black stone statue in front of him. Amidst a frightening buzzing sound, the berserk thunder sacred sword disappeared. It turned into a bolt of lightning that vibrated at a high speed. It fiercely struck the black stone statue. With a cracking sound, a corner of the incomparably tough stone statue was immediately chopped off. This kind of black stone statue was made of special materials and was extremely hard. It could only be destroyed by a first-grade earth rank sword skill. Now that Chu Mu had chopped off a corner of the statue with pure vibration power, the power of this sword move had already surpassed sword arts and was close to a first-grade earth rank sword skill. If I can truly master the earthquake force, the power of this sword move will be comparable to that of cutting iron, Chu Mu said to himself. After a short rest, the origin energy of the wood form was filled with vitality. With every powerful beat of his heart, it was poured into every part of his body. His sore and numb right arm and right palm quickly recovered under the nourishment of the exuberant vitality. After recovering, the strength of his right arm seemed to have increased. He began to cultivate again, using the power of his divine sense to control his own strength and gather it from all parts of his body. On his right arm, there was another high-frequency vibration. The tyrannical vibration power surged towards his palm wave after wave and was transmitted to the Violent Thunder Sacred Sword, causing the Violent Thunder Sacred Sword to vibrate at high speed again. The thunderbolt power contained in the Violent Thunder Sacred Sword became extremely violent under the high-frequency vibration power. Its power was even more tyrannical and terrifying. With the previous experience, this time, Chu Mu was even more proficient with the vibration power. The frequency of the vibration had already exceeded the limit of the mountain quake force and reached the peak that it had reached previously. Chu Mu's arm also felt sore and numb, and his palm also felt a tearing pain. However, the vigorous vitality of the wood phase origin energy, the incomparably fast healing speed, and the slight increase in strength after the healing allowed Chu Mu to see a way to quickly cultivate the vibration power. The most direct and most violent way to cultivate was to ignore the damage to his right arm and body and do his best to bear the vibration power of a higher frequency and constantly adapt. Even if he was injured, he could use the vigorous vitality of the wood phase origin energy to quickly recover. He would strive to master the vibration power of a higher frequency as soon as possible and cultivate the earthquake force. Chu Mu was sure that if he cultivated the earthquake force, his attack power would be further enhanced and become even more tyrannical. He cultivated tirelessly, not wasting a single moment. He grasped every step and every change under the careful control of Chu Mu's divine sense. Every time, the vibration frequency of the vibration power would reach the limit that his right arm could bear, causing his right arm to be injured. But the injury was not serious. Then he would slash out with his sword. The terrifying vibration sword would cut off the corners of the black stone statue again and again, and the corners would become bigger and bigger. After that, he consciously drove the vigorous vitality of the wood phase origin energy into his arm to heal it. Every time, the healing speed was extremely fast. In just a dozen breaths, he was completely healed. After the healing, the strength of his right arm increased slightly. Then he continued to cultivate the vibration power. The frequency of the vibration would exceed the limit of the previous time. Chapter 1001. Chop! A thunderous roar reverberated through the training room. The Berserk Thunder Sacred Sword disappeared and was replaced by a blazing white bolt of lightning. It descended from the heavens with unparalleled speed and power. It could destroy everything as it descended and viciously slashed at the black stone statue. With a cracking sound, the Frenzy Sacred Sword pierced halfway into the black stone statue's neck. Break! With a loud roar, his aura skyrocketed. The vibrating power that was about to return to silence erupted once again. The Frenzy Sacred Sword vibrated at a high frequency once again. Under the terrifying power, it slashed into the black stone statue's neck and sent it flying. With a bang, Chu Mu's right arm exploded with bloody holes. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even the bones inside were damaged and almost broken. The intense pain made Chu Mu's face pale. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead and dripped down. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. However, he didn't make a sound. Exuberant life force surged out from the wood fay's origin, pouring into the heavily injured right arm. Over a dozen bloody holes were blasted open in Chumu's body, revealing the white bones of his broken right arm. It was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones were quickly corrected by a powerful vitality. They were reconnected and restored. After the restoration, the color of the bones was even rounder. Obviously, they were harder and more resilient. His bones were recovering under the vitality of the wood aspect. The bloody holes in his arm were also recovering rapidly under the vitality of the wood aspect. Not long after, his wounded right arm was restored to its original state. His skin looked even more translucent. Chumu slightly tightened his grip on the frenzy sacred sword. He felt an incomparably strong power surging in his right arm. It was as if it could destroy mountains. His right arm was strengthened even more. Once again, he gathered all the power in his body and vibrated at a higher frequency. It was transmitted to the frenzy sacred sword and slashed out. The black stone statue, which had already recovered, had its neck cut off once again. Chumu only felt a slight hindrance from the thunderous strike. It was not as obvious as before, but at the same time, Chumu's arm was injured once again. Fortunately, Chumu had refined the wood avatar's origin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to cultivate like this. Chumu had suffered heavy injuries twice in a row. Even though he had the vigorous vitality of the wood avatar to recover, his mental strength had been greatly depleted. He could no longer force himself to continue cultivating. Instead, he sat on the praying mat to recover. After recovering, Chumu calculated the time and realized that half a year was almost up. He thought to himself, cultivation knows no time. He got up, opened the door, and walked out of the cultivation room. Tianyi had only rented this cultivation room for half a year, and today was the last day. He walked out of the cultivation room. The cultivation rooms he was in were arranged in a row in a corner of the Heavenly Sword Hall. It was also considered a side hall and was called the Cultivation Hall. After leaving the Cultivation Hall, he headed to the main hall. After entering the main hall, people pointed at Chumu and whispered among themselves. Immediately after, a person stood up from his chair. He was dressed in a purple robe and his figure was like a mountain. He arrived in front of Chumu in an instant. It's Jiyu. I know. Jiyu's goal is Chumu. Jiyu's title is Zhentian, Sword of Gojosian. Chumu's title is also Zhentian, causing conflict between their titles. There will definitely be a battle between them to determine who is better and who will be the Zhentian title in the end. Now, there will be a good show to watch. The Sword of Gojosian in the surroundings were all waiting to watch a good show. To them, who were not sitting here to discuss the Tao or fight to the death with the foreign races, this kind of thing was a spark in their lives. It would make them watch a good show and have more things to talk about. Chumu! The purple-robed person appeared in front of Chumu and said, Jiyu. A thought flashed through his mind, and he unconsciously thought of this name. He also said it casually. It was a feeling. I've been waiting for you for more than 2 months, Jiyu said calmly. Sorry to keep you waiting. When the two titles on the titled sword steel clashed, Chumu knew that he and Jiyu, Sword of Gojosian, who also had the title of Jintian, would definitely compete to determine who was better and who would be the one to obtain the title based on their strength. Chumu also had a feeling that it would not be long. Therefore, he was not surprised that Jiyu appeared in front of him now. I've been using the title of Zhentian for more than 200 years. Jiyu stared at Chumu with bright eyes and said, word by word, Why don't you change your title and we can settle this peacefully? This title has a special meaning to me as well. Chumu was not moved. This kind of thing, he did not have to give it to you, just because you had been using it for a long time. Such a reason was too weak. The reason why Chumu chose Zhentian as his title was completely because of a trace of concern and a trace of stubbornness in his heart. He had never forgotten his birth, his origin, and his soul. He came from a planet called Earth. There, he was apprenticed to the Zhentian school and became a disciple of the Xintian school. Even though his soul had transmigrated to this world, everything about the Xintian school had always influenced him. It was also one of the reasons why he was able to surpass many swordsmen. Therefore, the two words Xintian carried a trace of concern for him. He could not cut it off, and there was no need to cut it off. No matter what reason Jiyu had, it was impossible for Chumu to give up this title. Even though he was defeated by Jiyu this time, Chumu would still work hard to cultivate and strengthen himself. One day, he would fight against Jiyu again and take this title. No one understood his stubbornness about these two words. It seems that it is impossible to resolve this peacefully. Jiyu's expression did not change. He said slowly, "There will be a battle between us. With the strength of the Ichino sword of Gojoseon, you are no match for me. However, I will give you a relatively fair chance. In the Heavenly Sword Hall, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours and fight with you for the title." Okay. Chumu nodded without hesitation. There was not a trace of fear in his heart. "I do admire you. However, I will not go easy on you." Jiyu smiled. "Today, I am going to participate in the soldier assessment. Why don't we put the battle after the assessment?" Chumu said after thinking for a while. If he fought now, it would undoubtedly affect his assessment. If he did not pass the assessment this time, he would have to wait for some time for the next assessment. Soldier assessment. Jiyu was stunned when he heard this. He was a little surprised and looked at Chumu a few more times. "Judging from the waves of your aura, you seem to have just broken through to the blessed realm. You want to participate in the soldier assessment with your current strength? Isn't this a little too hasty?" Jiyu's words were not without reason. Under normal circumstances, when the sword of Gojoseon participated in the soldier assessment, most of them would wait until they were stronger. Usually, they would wait until their cultivation had reached the second level of Blessed Realm and they were more familiar with the rules. Then, they would have a greater chance of success. This was because the soldier assessment was not a game. It was dangerous. If one was not strong enough, they might die in the assessment. Even if they did not die, they would not be able to pass the assessment. It was not that there were no swordsmen who could pass the soldier assessment with the strength of the Ichino sword of Gojoseon, but the ratio was very small. Every swordsman who could pass the soldier assessment with the strength of the Ichino sword of Gojoseon was a peerless genius. As long as they did not die, their future achievements would not be low. All right, since that is the case, why don't we make an agreement? Jiyu clapped his hands and made a decision. Let's use the soldier assessment as an example. If you do not pass the assessment, there will be two outcomes. The first is that you die in the assessment, and the title of Xintian will naturally be mine. The second is that you come back alive, and if you fail the assessment, you will automatically give up the title of Xintian. If you successfully pass the soldier assessment, then we will fight to determine who the title of Xintian belongs to. Jiyu said. Although his tone was not overbearing, the sharpness in his words was not to be underestimated. In fact, with his status as the 7 stars sword of Gojoseon, speaking to Chumu in such a gentle manner was already showing great respect for Chumu. The difference between each star of the sword of Gojoseon was huge, not to mention the difference between the 7 stars and the 7 stars. When the bystanders saw Jiyu speaking to Chumu with such an attitude and even making an agreement, they were all shocked. Jiyu treated Chumu with such an attitude because he was not an overbearing person. Moreover, he had also learned about Chumu's background during this period of time. He was a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, the number 1 disciple of the Fortune Gate, and was valued by Xintian. After all, the fight for the title was not a blood feud. There was no need to be so hostile. All right, Chumu replied without the slightest hesitation. If he couldn't even pass the soldier assessment, how could he compete for the title? This was also a kind of motivation for himself. I wish you success in the assessment. Ji smiled and turned to leave. Chu Mu nodded and strode to the location of the soldier assessment to gather with the others. About 2 hours later, all the sword of Gojosian who had signed up for the assessment had arrived. Under the lead of the elders of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they walked onto a 1,000-meter-long battleship. There were more than 1,000 sword of Gojosian who had signed up for the soldier assessment this time. Some of them were sword of Gojosian from the West Tiger Territory, and some were sword of Gojosian from other territories who had come to the West Tiger Territory to train. Chu Mu discovered that most of the sword of Gojosian's cultivation was higher than his. They were at least at the second heavenly layer of the creation realm, and there were many at the third heavenly layer of the creation realm. Chu Mu even discovered that some of the sword of Gojosian's cultivation had reached the fourth heavenly layer of the creation realm. The Heavenly Sword Hall's Army of God assessment did not have an age limit. The requirement was that one had to reach the level of the sword of Gojosian. As for the upper limit, there was no limit. For example, Chu Mu, whose cultivation had only reached the first heavenly layer of the creation realm, the number of sword of Gojosian was the smallest among the thousands of people. There were only a few dozen of them. Therefore, these people were also sized up by the crowd, which seemed to be surprising. After everyone gathered, the battleship of the Heavenly Sword Hall began to take off and soared into the sky. Its speed became faster and faster as it headed outside the West Tiger Territory. Chapter 1002. The battleship of the Heavenly Sword Hall was 1,000 meters long and completely black. Like a huge flying sword, it instantly surpassed the speed of sound and created layers of ripples in the sky. The terrifying ripples spread out and shattered the white clouds in the sky. It swept away everything as if it was a vacuum. Amidst the sharp roar, the huge sword-shaped black battleship broke through the sky and traveled 10,000 meters in an instant. It left the Heavenly Sword Hall and flew out of the West Tiger Territory at an extremely fast speed. The location of the soldier assessment was not in the West Tiger Territory, but in a specific place. The people participating in the assessment were not only the sword of Gojosian of the West Tiger Sword Shrine, the sword of Gojosian of the East Dragon Sword Shrine, the South Sparrow Sword Shrine, and the North Martial Sword Shrine would also arrive at the same time to take the assessment together. The battleship of the Heavenly Sword Hall was very high-end. Its speed was extremely fast, more than 100 times the speed of sound. It was like a black immemorial ghost shuttling through the sky of the immemorial world. No clouds could stop it. They would be pierced through by the impact of this battleship and then shattered. Thousands of sword of Gojosian who were preparing to take the assessment lived on the battleship. Everyone was assigned a room to live peacefully and cultivate quietly. There was also a battle arena and so on for the sword of Gojosian to spar with their swordsmanship. There was also a public training room for the sword of Gojosian to display their sword skills and cultivate. In the training room, Chu Mu faced a black stone statue. It was the same as the black stone statue in the training room of the Heavenly Sword Hall. With a wave of his hand, the violent thunder's sacred sword was unsheathed. A blazing white light shone dazzlingly. It was as fast as lightning. The sword stabbed out. With a cracking sound, it turned into a thunderbolt. It zigzagged through the air and tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it bombarded the black stone statue that was dozens of meters away. The black stone statue's head instantly exploded into pieces. The power of this sword immediately attracted the attention of many sword of Gojosian in the surroundings. A first-grade earth, rank, thunder, sword skill. But how can it be so powerful? Many sword of Gojosian frowned in surprise. Immediately, their gazes fell on the violent thunder's sacred sword in Chu Mu's hand. With a hint of thought, their eyes burst out with a strong light. They reacted and realized that the sacred sword in Chu Mu's hand was extraordinary. It was definitely a treasure among sacred swords. There were even some people who were eyeing the violent thunder's sacred sword. But the sword of Gojosian, the sword of Gojosian, the sword sacred, sword divine, sword sacred sword. Of Gojosian Gojosephon. Thunder, sword of thunder, sword, sword. Thunder of thunder, 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 sword, 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 sword. Sword of Gojosian, sacred, sword of thunder. Of light a violent, of Gojosian, sword, sword, thunder. In front of others, unless it was a battle of life and death. Chu-mu would never use the power of a top-grade god rank divine sword. He would only limit his power to a top-grade heaven rank divine sword, sacred sword. The violent thunder break displayed by Chu-mu was even more powerful, shattering the black stone statue's head. In terms of power, the current violent thunder break was the strongest sword skill Huang Xiaolong had mastered so far. The sword was like a stream of light, mixed with the power of thunder, slashing out again. Another dazzling white lightning bolt tore through the sky, bombarding the black stone statue's body with unparalleled violence and destruction. Amidst the ear-piercing cracking sounds, a fist-sized hole appeared on the black stone statue's chest, penetrating its back. Chu-mu did not display any other sword skills. He just stood there, displaying the violent thunder break again and again, continuously familiarizing himself with it and deepening his mastery of the violent thunder break. At the same time, the power of the violent thunder break increased little by little. The berserk thunder break was used over and over again. The surrounding sword kings also lost interest in watching and turned to cultivate on their own. However, in their hearts, they still had various ideas. A mere first heavenly layer fortune, realm cultivation, was nothing in their eyes. Even though the battleship's speed was 100 times faster than the speed of sound, it still couldn't reach the assessment location so quickly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. "Brother Chu, take another sword of mine." A figure floated in front of him, and a sword light exploded like fire, turning into raging flames that covered the sky, burning fiercely as if it could burn everything. The fire covered the sky, attacking Chu-mu. His eyes reflected the raging flames, as if he wanted to live eternally in the raging flames. He stood there motionlessly, as if he wanted to be covered by the raging flames. In an instant, Chu-mu moved. The violent thunder, sacred sword, turned into a blazing white thunderbolt, circling around his body in the blink of an eye. The tyrannical thunderbolt sword momentum was unparalleled, sweeping away the raging flames that surrounded him. Then he thrust his sword forward. The dazzling, blazing, white thunderbolt tore through the air, instantly piercing through the raging flames in the sky. It pierced through the void, and in the blink of an eye, shot towards the fiery red figure. With a poochie sound, the figure couldn't dodge in time. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was directly struck by the violent thunder break. He flew backward, his blood and chi churning, his face flushed red, and his entire body was powerless. Chu-mu did not follow up with another attack. He withdrew his sword because this was not a battle of life and death, and the outcome had already been decided. "Brother Chu, the power of your violent thunder break is really strong." The fiery red figure caught his breath, and in a flash he appeared in front of Chu-mu. He had a bitter smile on his face, looking very helpless and somewhat unwilling. His name was Yang Lai, and like Chu-mu, he was an Ichino sword of Gojosian. However, he was a few years older than Chu-mu. He had broken through to the first heavenly layer of creation, which was about a year earlier than Chu-mu. He was the young master of a small force, the Burning Mountain Clan. The 5 major forces produced many geniuses, and in some small forces there were also some geniuses who were focused on nurturing. Even if they were placed in the 5 major forces, they could still be ranked. Yang Lai was such a genius, but there were relatively few geniuses like him in small forces. Perhaps it was because they were both Ichino sword of Gojosian, or perhaps it was because he had a more straightforward personality, or perhaps it was because he was more battle-hungry. He got to know Chu-mu and gradually became friends. Yang Lai had profound attainments in the law of fire, and it seemed that the Burning Mountain Clan specialized in the law of fire. Chu-mu only displayed the law of thunder, and did not display any other law powers. Even so, Chu Mu's violent thunderbreak was often able to gain the upper hand. Of course, Yang Lai's strength should be hidden. After all, it was not a battle of life and death, and it was just a spar. Chu Mu's strength was also hidden. Your raging, fire-burning mountains' might is also extraordinary. Chu Mu faintly smiled and said, "Haha, let's go. I'll treat you to a drink." Yang Lai laughed. After a month, the thousands of Sword of Gojosian got to know each other. They knew each other's names, and some even became partners. The dozens of Ichino Sword of Gojosian could be considered the lowest level among the thousands of Sword of Gojosian. Of course, it was undeniable that some of them hid their strength, and they might have the ability to fight above their level. Among them, the more famous ones were the 4-star Sword of Gojosian, whose cultivation had reached the 4th heavenly layer of Fortune Realm. Although their talent was average, their cultivation was profound. It should be known that just based on the difference in cultivation, a 4-star Sword of Gojosian was 1,000 times stronger than an Ichino Sword of Gojosian. This gap was not easy to fill. Apart from the few 4-star Sword of Gojosian, there was also a group of Samsung Sword of Gojosian who were more famous because of their strength. There was even a Samsung Sword of Gojosian called Yu Byakuya from Heartbreak Pavilion. He was very powerful and domineering, and he defeated thousands of Sword of Gojosian. Even the 4-star Sword of Gojosian were defeated. Since there were disciples from Heartbreak Pavilion, there were naturally disciples from other major forces. There were also disciples from the Flying Heaven Pavilion. The days passed by as they cultivated, exchanged pointers, and drank wine. The testing ground was a stretch of ruins, a seemingly boundless stretch of ruins without boundaries. For black battleships that were 1,000 meters long flew over rapidly from 4 directions. They passed through the seal of the examination ground, creating layers of ripples in the void. The ripples spread out, making the seal of the examination ground look like a calm lake with a stone thrown into it. In 4 different directions, there were 4 black battleships that looked like giant swords. Each battleship had its own symbol. One had the symbol of a white tiger, one had the symbol of an azure dragon, one had the symbol of a tortoise snake, and one had the symbol of a vermilion bird. West Tiger, East Dragon, North Marshal, and South Sparrow. The 4 branches of the Heavenly Sword Hall had gathered. The 4 battleships did not approach each other, but they could see each other. They stopped in a corner above the examination ground. Immediately, the Sword of Gojosian who were going to participate in the examination appeared on the deck of the battleship. The examination will last for 3 months. If you survive and obtain 10 tokens and return to the battleship, you will pass the examination. Now you should go down. An old and majestic voice rang out from the battleship. At the same time, it entered everyone's ears, telling them what to do to pass the examination. As for the examination ground, no one was very clear. They would only know if they entered it personally. However, as the battleship flew over, everyone had their own discussions. They more or less had some understanding of the examination of the Heavenly Sword Hall. They knew that the examination was not easy and was not safe. Instead, it was life-threatening. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. It could be said that the examination of the Heavenly Sword Hall was not only not easy, but also somewhat cruel. Although 3 months wasn't a long time, it was possible that they would face countless dangers. Once they became a soldier of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they would become the backbone of the human clan. Fighting with the foreign races to the death had extremely high requirements for their survival ability. It was very important to know how to survive in the adversity of life and death. Therefore, the 3-month test was only a test. If one couldn't even pass the 3-month test, in the future, when they fought against the non-human kind, they would only be contributing to the non-human kind. At this moment, the examination was about to begin. The eyes of the thousands of Sword of Gojosian shone brightly. They were full of fighting spirit. Immediately after, Yu Byakuya was the first to move. He turned into a stream of light and shot through the air. He passed through the seal of the battleship and landed on the examination ground. Figures left the battleship one after another like flying locusts. They were projected onto the ground of the examination ground. It was as if there was a meteor shower in the sky. Each figure was like a meteor that fell straight to the ground. Chapter 1003. For huge black warships and more than 4,000 light shadows fell like a grand fireworks display. When they landed, everyone was shocked by what they saw. Dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Charred smoke, just like a ruin. There were all kinds of auras remaining, and it was very complicated. It turned out that the assessment site was actually a ruin. Through the surrounding dilapidated walls and collapsed stone pillars, one could vaguely see that there was once a palace here. More than 4,000 Sword of Gojosian who participated in the assessment landed at the four corners of the assessment site. What was interesting was that in each of the four corners, there were dilapidated palaces. After seeing the surroundings clearly, the power of divine sense swept across. Immediately, many Sword of Gojosian immediately moved and left quickly. The assessment of a sergeant was not only to survive for 3 months in the assessment site, but also to obtain at least 10 tokens and return to the warship alive. Only then would they be considered to have passed the assessment. No one knew where the token was located. They didn't even know what the token looked like. The only thing they could be sure of was that the token existed in every corner of the test grounds. 3 months was actually very short. If one did not do his best, he might not be able to obtain 10 tokens. Therefore, it was a race against time. As for what kind of dangers existed in the assessment site, one would only know when one faced them personally. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. That was all. However, an accident that no one expected happened. When the first Sword of Gojosian rushed out of the ruins of the palace, suddenly a sharp and dazzling cold light flashed through the void, leaving a faint black mark as if it had cut open the space. It was unusually fierce and made people's hearts palpitate. Before the Sword of Gojosian could react, it was cut in half at the waist and blood and internal organs sprayed out. This scene immediately stunned the Sword of Gojosian. They were extremely shocked. After the sharp and dazzling blade light slashed through, it disappeared as if it had never appeared. If it were not for the trace of blood in the air, the dazzling scarlet blood on the ground, and the corpse that was cut in half at the waist, everyone would have thought that the extremely fierce blade light was an illusion. The Sword of Gojosian that was killed was an Ichino Sword of Gojosian. Moreover, it was an ordinary Ichino Sword of Gojosian. Its strength was truly at the bottom of the list. Even so, it was killed in an instant without even being able to react. This made everyone's hearts tremble slightly, and they became highly vigilant. They had an intuitive understanding of the dangers of the assessment site. Byakuya snorted coldly and strode out of the palace ruins. As soon as he moved, several Sword of Gojosian followed him. They were all led by Byakuya. Byakuya, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd heavenly layer of creation, had tyrannical strength that surpassed that of an ordinary 4-star Sword of Gojosian. It could be said that in everyone's hearts he was the strongest among all the Sword of Gojosian present. If even he could not walk out of the palace ruins, then the others could not even dream of passing the assessment. Byakuya's expression was cold and his eyes were cold. He strode forward, faster and faster. Soon after, he took a step forward and was about to pass by the Sword of Gojosian's corpse on the ground. At the same time, he reached out to grab the space ring of the Sword of Gojosian. At this moment, a dazzling and sharp saber light flashed again. It cut across the void like an aurora. Byakuya was already prepared. The moment the dazzling and sharp saber light appeared, he retreated slightly and narrowly avoided the cold saber light. He unsheathed the instant sword. The sword was like an aurora in the daytime. It tore through the darkness, pierced through the void, and shattered the vacuum. This sword had a vast and irresistible power. Byakuya's sword seemed to have stabbed into thin air. Then a splashing sound was heard, followed by a sharp and mournful cry. Immediately after, a figure appeared under Yu Byakuya's sword. The grayish-brown figure stunned everyone. It was a strange beast in the shape of a praying mantis. It was as tall as a man and had 2 sabers. The sabers emitted a hazy, dark blue luster and were astonishingly sharp. Yu Byakuya's sword was pierced into the triangular head of this strange praying mantis. With a twist of his wrist, the sword rotated above the praying mantis' head. Dark green blood spurted out. In an instant he pulled out the sword. Large amounts of dark green blood spurted out like spring water. The praying mantis body fell back on the ground, twitching until it died. With a flick of the tip of Yu Byakuya's sword, the sword of Gojoseon's spatial ring flew into his hand. Then he kicked away the praying mantis corpse. With another flick of his sword, a sword-shaped token flew into Yu Byakuya's hand. Everyone saw the shape of the token clearly and knew what it was. That praying mantis isn't truly invisible. Instead, it's able to use its surroundings like a chameleon, merging with the environment and catching people off guard. Chu Mu came to a realization. "Brother Chu, shall we move together?" Yang Lai invited. However, Chu Mu shook his head slightly. "I like to move alone." Yang Lai was magnanimous. He wasn't angered by Chu Mu's rejection. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, then I wish Brother Chu success in passing the test." "Likewise." Chu Mu faintly smiled and said, "With Yu Byakuya taking the lead and killing the praying mantis, the rest of the Sword of Gojoseon were on high alert. They left the palace ruins either alone or in groups. Yu Byakuya had taken the lead and obtained a token. They had to work hard too. The terrain of the test ground was very chaotic. This place was full of rocks, and the next step could be a flowing river or a mountain forest. There was no pattern at all, making people feel confused. Moreover, the airflow in the test ground was also very chaotic. Cyclones of various sizes would sweep in from time to time. The small ones would disappear after a short while, while the large ones could even threaten the life of the Sword of Gojoseon. In short, the environment of the test ground was very bad. His sword was like thunder from the 9 heavens, tearing through the void and shattering everything. A lizard beast's head was smashed by Chu Mu, and it fell to the ground dead. Chu Mu didn't have time to rest, because dozens of attacks were coming at him from all directions at the same time. These lizard beasts stood like humans. Their scarlet tongues flickered like venomous snakes, and their diamond-shaped yellow pupils were cold and emotionless, filled with killing intent. Their claws were extremely sharp and could easily cut through royal-grade swords. It was very terrifying. These lizard beasts' individual strength was at the level of an ordinary Ichino sword of Gojoseon. However, they lived in groups, and there were usually hundreds of them in a group. Moreover, each lizard beast had mastered a type of law power, and their attacks were very powerful. They were comparable to an Earth Rank 1 advanced sword skill. It was very terrifying. Dozens of Earth Rank 1 advanced sword skill lights bombarded Chu Mu as if they were going to kill him. In the face of such a dense and powerful attack, Chu Mu's expression was stern. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. His figure moved around, and the space law merged into his body. He moved erratically and quickly dodged dozens of attacks. After dodging dozens of attacks, he attacked again. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword light flashed. After 2 moves in a row, green wind spiraled and shot out from the violent thunder's sacred sword. The 1-meter-long green wind blade was densely covered with blazing white electric arcs, increasing the power of the violent thunder's sacred sword. For the second move, a blazing white thunderbolt pierced through the void and blasted out. The violent thunder's sacred sword skill was even more powerful. Under the 2 moves, many lizard beasts' bodies were cut in half. Their bodies were blasted into pieces, and they pierced through. The lizard beasts didn't seem to know what fear was. They kept dying under Chu Mu's sword. The blood and corpses of their companions stimulated their ferocious nature, and they became even more brutal. They were not afraid of death, and they attacked crazily as if they wanted to perish together with Chu-Mu. His expression didn't change at all. His expression was cold and sinister. He didn't care about the outside world at all. His hand gripped the violent thunder's sacred sword tightly, and he killed the lizard beasts again and again without any mercy. At this time, if there was a trace of wavering, a trace of weakness, or a trace of fear, the battle situation would be reversed, and it would be very disadvantageous for him. Chu-Mu's mind was incomparably firm. It was just killing a group of ferocious beasts. Even if it was a human, he wouldn't waver in the slightest. Kill, kill, kill. Over 100 lizard, mutated beasts died under Chu-Mu's sword one after another. The ground was splattered with dark green blood, and the stench was incomparably foul. There were also lizard beasts' corpses scattered everywhere, and their broken limbs were a ghastly sight. The last sword arrived in the air, and its trajectory was ethereal. It silently pierced through the head of the last lizard beast, killing it. After a series of killings, there wasn't a trace of blood on the violent thunder's sacred sword. There wasn't even a trace of smell, because any trace of blood or smell would be annihilated under the tyrannical power of the violent thunder's sacred sword. The divine slaughter weapon was activated. Immediately, wisps of gray aura rose from the lizard beasts' corpses on the ground and surged towards Chu-Mu like rivers flowing into the sea. They were absorbed by Chu-Mu's body into his middle dantian and were absorbed by the sword embryo. The sword embryo was very active. The negative aura of these lizard beasts is actually so pure and rich. Chu-Mu was secretly surprised. The strength of these lizard beasts was only comparable to an ordinary Ichino sword of Gojoseon. However, the negative aura produced after they were killed was comparable to the negative aura of the mid-tier sword of Gojoseon that Chu-Mu had absorbed before. This is a good place. In 3 months, the Kamihira sword embryo will definitely grow a lot. Chu-Mu smiled, and his eyes became fanatical. The Kamihira sword embryo in his middle dantian seemed to have sensed Chu-Mu's thoughts. It vibrated gently, and a series of sword hums sounded. It was very happy. Chu-Mu also sensed the joy of the Kamihira sword embryo, and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, his divine consciousness swept across the surroundings, carefully searching every inch of the ground. He found something. With a thought, the power of his divine consciousness turned into an invisible hand and lifted up a huge rock. Under the rock, a sword-shaped token lay quietly. The third one, Chu-Mu's hand of divine consciousness, grabbed the token and stored it in his interspatial ring. This was the third token he had found after entering the examination ground. These tokens were in different locations. Some were under the huge rock, some were in the forest, some were in the water, and some were exposed on the ground. They were very conspicuous. Chapter 1004. The assessment ground was extremely vast. More than 4,000 sword of Gojoseon had entered and scattered, like a pile of sand falling into the sea. It was not easy to meet them. There were also enough tokens in the assessment ground. These tokens were all placed by the Heavenly Sword Hall before and were scattered randomly in the assessment ground. Therefore, there was no pattern to follow. One thing was certain, most of the tokens were not so easy to obtain. For example, Chu-Mu had obtained a total of 3 tokens so far. 2 of them were obtained after going through a battle. Walking on the ground of the assessment ground, not only did one have to pay attention to the surrounding terrain and environment at all times for fear of being affected by a sudden disaster, one also had to pay attention to whether there were any exotic beasts lurking around. Many of the exotic beasts in the assessment ground were like the mantis exotic beasts from before. They had the unique ability to hide their aura and figure with the help of the environment. If one was not careful, one would be ambushed, and it was impossible to guard against. Up until now, Chu-Mu had already suffered over a dozen sneak attacks. Once he had almost been killed. Fortunately, he had reacted in time and quickly dodged. only a wound had been left on his back. The trajectory was that there was still a sinister cold energy around the wound. Fortunately, the vigorous life force of the wood phase was constantly covering the wound and dispelling the sinister cold energy, causing the wound to heal in the shortest amount of time. Chu Mu also successfully killed the exotic beast that ambushed him. Among the strange beasts in the test grounds, there were some that moved alone and some that lived in groups. All of them were extremely terrifying. Battles were happening everywhere, and life and death were the most common things. There was no specific destination, just to find more tokens. Forward, forward, and forward. The whistling wind swept past, bringing with it a fiery red airflow. It was scorching hot and burned everything. Everywhere it passed, the stones on the ground suddenly became charred black. Chu Mu's figure flashed, avoiding the red flaming storm, and continued forward. Time flew, and more exotic beasts died under his sword. Finally, the Kamihira sword embryo in his middle dantian absorbed a large amount of pure negative energy and successfully advanced to the king grade. In terms of hardness and toughness, it was not inferior to an ordinary royal grade sword. It was very impressive. If it was before Chu Mu broke through, this sword embryo might be able to be used. But now, this sword embryo had to be at least at the peak of the royal grade to barely be used. In order to truly unleash its tyrannical power, it had to be at the saint grade. To reach the saint grade, it had to absorb more negative energy. Chu Mu did not know if he could achieve that after 3 months of battle and killing in the assessment ground. The chances were slim. It was worth mentioning that there were some rare spiritual herbs growing in the assessment ground. Although there were not many of them, those that could be found were definitely not young and were relatively rare. It seemed that the environment in the assessment ground was different from the outside world, causing the spiritual herbs to be different too. Suddenly, in the distance, an incomparably powerful aura shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. It surged and shook the clouds. That aura was boundless and powerful, filled with a shocking feeling of power, as if it was going to shatter the heavens. The earth also began to tremble, startling the surroundings, causing the sword kings in the testing grounds to be affected one after another. In the sky above the 4 corners of the assessment ground, the elders on the 4 black warships opened their eyes and looked down at the assessment ground. Everything on the assessment ground was clear to them. Another rare treasure has appeared. It seems like many people are going to die here. The elders sighed, but they did not have any intention to do anything. Death was always going to happen. Life and death were originally one of the laws of nature. Moreover, the assessment ground was also to test the strength and survival ability of the sword of Gojoseon. If they were to do something this time, who would do something in the future when they faced the ferocious foreign tribes? They could only rely on themselves for everything. Although it was cruel, what the human race needed was a true expert. Only then could they protect the human race in the Archean world and live and reproduce. A rare treasure has appeared. Chu Mu stared at the place where the powerful aura was gushing out. With a thought, he immediately moved and flew towards that place. Like Chu Mu, the other sword of Gojoseon, who felt the powerful aura, also released their auras. Their eyes shone brightly, and they all moved towards that place. Even the exotic beasts on the assessment ground were attracted. They were like a group of sharks that had smelled blood. They appeared from all directions and gathered at that place. Not long after, Chu Mu saw a group of mantis exotic beasts not far away. They were running rapidly on the ground of the assessment ground. It was worth mentioning that due to the special rules of the assessment ground, the sword of Gojoseon could not fly. Most exotic beasts could not fly either. The group of mantis-mutated beasts had clearly discovered Chu Mu's figure. If it were any other time, they would definitely have charged over and killed Chu Mu. However, right now they didn't care about Chu Mu at all and directly ran forward. Although they couldn't fly, the wings on their backs flapped, causing their speed to continuously increase. Chu Mu did not attack either. He just continued on his way. This miraculous scene could be seen everywhere on the assessment ground. What was rare was that the exotic beasts and human swordsmen were moving side by side without interfering with each other. At this time, the sword of Gojosian was not stupid enough to draw his sword and kill the exotic beasts. That would attract the attention of a huge group of exotic beasts. They would die for sure. In the center of the assessment ground was a small mountain that was 100 jong tall. The mountain was bare, without a single blade of grass. There was not even a trace of life. The entire mountain was golden brown, as if it was made of metal. At the top of the golden brown mountain, there was a bare tree. It was golden brown and only had one tree trunk. It was as straight as a sword, and at the top of the tree there was a golden brown fruit. A powerful and vast aura was gushing out from the fruit, as if it wanted to shatter the heavens. Power. A pure aura of power condensed on the golden brown fruit, rippling through the air. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble and rumble. Torrents surged in from all directions. Dust and smoke billowed. Surprisingly, countless exotic beasts had gathered from all directions. Their eyes were scarlet and filled with fanaticism. They were filled with a desire for the golden brown fruit on the golden brown hill. They were filled with a desire to possess the golden brown fruit on the golden brown hill. However, these exotic beasts did not rush up the mountain immediately. Instead, they surrounded the bottom of the mountain, pressing against each other. The sword of Gojosian who had rushed over could not squeeze in at all. From the golden brown mountain, a golden brown aura surged out. It spiraled like a dragon and entered the golden brown fruit. On the golden brown fruit, another ring appeared and revolved around it. There were now 6 patterns on the golden brown fruit. Even though they were far away, the sword of Gojosian's vision was not affected much. They narrowed their eyes and looked at the golden brown fruit, carefully identifying it. Suddenly, many sword of Gojosian cried out in surprise, "That's the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit!" Chu-Mu was also shocked. Information regarding the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit immediately surged into his mind. The 9 reincarnation body refining fruit allowed one to undergo 9 revolutions and 9 refinements. The 9 reincarnation body refining fruit was a rare heavenly treasure. It required an extremely unique environment to grow, but no one had researched it. In short, the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit was extremely rare. It was almost the same as the 5 elements sacred fruit. The effect of the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit was completely different from the 5 elements sacred fruit. Just from its name, one could tell that the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit was related to refining the body. That's right, the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit's effect was refining the body. Refining the body was also the only effect of the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit. As everyone knew, every time a swordsman broke through a major realm, the strength of the body would also increase due to the quality of the sword origin. However, the extent of the increase was not very high. Only by practicing a body refining technique could one's body continuously strengthen and exceed the usual strength. The strength of the body was very useful to a swordsman. The stronger one's body was, the more one's physical strength would be, and the greater one's endurance and recovery ability would be. Hence, one would be able to fight for a longer period of time. Moreover, when a strong physical strength was combined with sword yuan, one would be able to unleash an even more frightening strength, causing one's strength to increase. Moreover, if one's body was sufficiently strong, one would also possess a powerful defensive ability. This would allow one to better block and weaken the enemy's attacks, allowing one to better survive. For other swordsmen, this was the effect of the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit. However, for Chu-Mu, the effect of the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit was not only that. Although the strength of his body was stronger than before, and he was also practicing the 4th level of the heavenly wasteland sword body, without external help, the speed of refining his body was very slow and inefficient. He did not know how many years it would take for him to truly master the 4th level of the heavenly wasteland sword body, causing the strength of his body to skyrocket. If he could obtain the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit, after consuming it, the strength of his body would continue to increase. At that time, he should have a strong body that could withstand the power of the earthquake. When using the earthquake, he would not need to spend so much time slowly accumulating the power of the earthquake, and he would not have to worry about causing harm to his body. Chu Mu's eyes shone with a blazing light. He was extremely eager to obtain the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. He was extremely eager, and so were the other sword of Gojoseon. Even though they did not have the power of the earthquake that Chu Mu had mastered, the increase in the strength of their bodies would also increase their strength by a few notches, greatly increasing their survivability. It could be as small as passing the assessment, or as big as being in a real battle in the future. It could play a huge role. Not only did the sword of Gojoseon want to obtain it, but the strange beasts in the assessment ground also desired it. After consuming the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit, they would undergo a qualitative transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be reborn. They would directly become the king of the experts in their race. The effects were extremely obvious. Once the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit ripened, it was destined to be a life and death struggle. Chapter 1005. Another golden brown ring wrapped around the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. The 7th revolution. Whether it was the sword of Gojoseon or the strange beasts, their eyes were filled with a blazing light. The energy in their bodies surged and gathered, ready to erupt with their strongest attack at any time to kill the others and snatch the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. Another aura coiled up from the golden brown, like a dragon coming out of the abyss. After circling a few times, it fell from the sky and coiled around the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. The 8th revolution. The light in the eyes of the sword of Gojoseon and the strange beasts became even more intense. Not long after, the ground trembled as if countless forces were flowing under the ground from all directions. They gathered at the foot of the golden brown hill, and then, using the golden brown hill as a conductor, they quickly rose up and rushed out again, turning into a golden brown dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very lifelike. This golden brown flood dragon was the last flood dragon. It attracted the attention of countless people. A majestic and vast aura shook from the dragon, turning into a storm that swept in all directions, causing people to tremble. After circling 9 times in the air, the golden brown flood dragon opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The roar pierced through the clouds, causing the air to tremble and ripple. A powerful storm of energy swept through the void. The golden brown dragon rushed into the sky and swooped down, bombarding the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. Immediately, the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit shook violently. The 8 lines on the fruit emitted a strong light and flew out of the fruit, turning into golden brown dragons. After circling 9 times around the fruit, they rushed back into the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura that was 100 times more powerful than before suddenly swept out from the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. The terrifying power was like a bolt of lightning that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was nothing it could not destroy. The terrifying storm of aura swept out in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. In an instant, the strange beasts closest to the golden brown hill were hit by the storm, unable to stop it. They were swept up and fell back. Even Chu Mu and the others, who were at the back, were affected. They could only feel a terrifying wave of energy sweep past their bodies, causing them to involuntarily become excited. The energy storm stopped, and the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 9th pattern was clearly visible. The 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit was completely ripe. In that instant, the exotic beasts went crazy. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that had seen fresh meat. They madly charged toward the golden brown mountain in an attempt to snatch the only 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. At the same time, many of the sword of Gojosian moved as well. They burst forth with their fastest speed, turning into streaks of light as they flew toward the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. There was only one 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit, but there were tens of thousands of strange beasts, and there were even more than 3,000 sword of Gojosian. They fought over it, and the scene immediately became very chaotic. All sorts of chaotic auras filled the air, causing the airflow to reverse and storms to form. Die. The sword of Gojosian was brandished, and the sword skills were executed, killing many exotic beasts that were unable to dodge at all. At the same time, the chaotic attacks released by the exotic beasts struck the sword of Gojosian at the same time. The sword of Gojosian was dismembered in the air, and its limbs were also minced. It only had time to let out a miserable cry. The baleful aura, resentment, and killing intent were extremely chaotic, and all sorts of negative auras rose up. Instantly, the surrounding tens of thousands of meters was covered in a layer of grayish-white fog. Chu Mu's expression shook as he felt the incomparably dense, negative aura drifting in the air. He was overjoyed and hurriedly operated the divine weapon of slaughter. In an instant, the increasingly dense negative aura, drifting in the air, rushed toward Chu Mu like moths to a flame. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu was enveloped by a layer of grayish-white fog. A large amount of negative aura poured into his body, causing Chu Mu's body to tremble. A cold and gloomy feeling instantly enveloped his entire body. Distracting thoughts filled his mind, and his killing intent howled. In front of him, it was as if countless vengeful spirits had appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The dense resentment that could not be dissipated almost wanted to devour his soul. A portion of the grayish-white aura even entered his spiritual world, wanting to corrode the sword soul. Chu Mu was not in a hurry. With a thought, the undying sword intent was instantly activated. It swept through his spiritual world, directly killing all the negative aura, and then channeled it into the sword origin, circulating throughout his body, eliminating the side effects of the dense negative aura. He only felt his body turn cold and his limbs stiffened. Fortunately, the undying sword intent was guarding him, and he gradually returned to normal. His almost frozen chi and blood also quickly recovered and surged. The Kamihira sword embryo seemed to have smelled the most delicious food in the world. In the middle of his dantian, a suction force exploded. In an instant, it was as if an ancient divine beast had opened its mouth, wanting to devour everything. Absorb, absorb, absorb. A large amount of negative aura flowed through Chu Mu's body and into his middle dantian. It was as if all rivers were flowing into the sea, returning to their origin. For the first time, Chu Mu had absorbed such a dense amount of negative aura. It was also the first time the Kamihira sword embryo had absorbed such a dense amount of negative aura. At this time, Chu Mu had already forgotten about the so-called 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit and was completely immersed in absorbing the negative aura. Such an opportunity was hard to come by, and the fight for the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit had just begun. In a short period of time, no one would be able to successfully obtain the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. There were also some sort of Gojosian who had the same idea as Chu Mu. They were outside of the battle and were not in a hurry to make a move. In such a chaotic battle, it was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Being a hunter and making a move at the last critical moment had the highest chance of success. The sword of Gojosian also saw the scene of Chu Mu operating the divine slaughter weapon and absorbing the negative aura. Seeing that Chu Mu was wrapped in an incomparably dense, grayish-white aura, they were all stunned. What's going on with this guy? Is he cultivating some kind of special, cultivation technique? Such a dense amount of negative aura. Isn't he afraid of destroying his spiritual world? Although some of the sword of Gojosian wanted to find out more, the most important thing right now was the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. The intense battle became more and more intense, and the thick smell of blood that couldn't be dispersed was extremely suffocating. Corpses fell one after another, and were instantly shattered by the shock waves of the battle. The dark green blood mixed with the scarlet blood, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. Kill, kill, kill. In order to fight for the only 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit on the golden brown hill, the strange beasts went crazy, and so did the sword of Gojosian. How stupid! One of the sword of Gojosian, who was at the back of the battle and did not make a move, looked at the sword of Gojosian, who were immersed in the slaughter and seemed to have lost their minds, and a disdainful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. That's right, these strange beasts don't have high intelligence, so it's not surprising that they fell into a chaotic slaughter. However, as humans, an intelligent race, they actually lost their minds and fell into a slaughter like these strange beasts. They can't even distinguish their initial goal. If such a person were to face a foreign race, I'm afraid that he would only be giving military credit to them. The sword of Gojosian's words were full of disdain for the strange beasts. Indeed, the intelligence of these strange beasts was not as high as that of humans, especially when faced with a temptation like the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. Their wild instincts instantly took over. Although his tone was full of disdain, what he said was not without reason. In the face of such a battle, unless one had full confidence that they could snatch the treasure in one go and successfully escape from the encirclement of enemies, one would have to stand aside and wait for the battle situation to clear up and wait for the best opportunity to fight for it. In the face of temptation, one had to be able to maintain one's heart and not lose one's mind. Only a small portion of the people present could do that. Although Chu Mu was immersed in the operation of the slaughtering god weapon, his divine telekinesis was also paying attention to the battle situation to guard against a sneak attack. A large amount of negative aura kept surging into his body, and the Kamihira sword embryo absorbed it madly. It kept growing and becoming stronger. It had broken through to King grade not long ago, but it was now in the middle stage of King grade. It was moving toward the late stage of King grade, and then it was at the peak of King grade. As a large amount of negative aura was absorbed and poured into Yangming's middle dantian, it was filled with negative aura. Fortunately, the Kamihira sword embryo kept absorbing it, so his middle dantian did not explode. There were more than 100,000 strange beasts that had rushed here. They kept fighting and killing, and the negative aura produced was immeasurable. Finally, Chu Mu felt the Kamihira sword embryo in his middle dantian trembled all of a sudden, and a cheerful cry was heard. The sword embryo's quality improved again and broke through to royal grade. However, the negative aura in the surroundings was still very large, so it could continue to absorb and improve the Kamihira sword embryo's quality. A large number of strange beasts died, and their blood flowed like a river. It mixed with the soil and turned into a swamp. At this time, more than half of the strange beasts had died, and less than half of them were still fighting to the death. Every strange beast wanted to rush up the golden brown hill to seize the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. A sudden change occurred. A dense buzzing sound was heard in the distance, and a group of black shadows appeared. When Yangming looked over, he saw a group of strange beasts that looked like hornets flapping their wings and flying over. With the advantage of being in the air, they quickly approached the golden brown hill. What was surprising was that these hornets did not fight. Instead, they flew toward the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit under the lead of an even larger hornet that seemed to have a crown on its head. This scene immediately changed the faces of many sword of Gojosian who were watching the battle. It was obvious that these hornets were somewhat organized, and they must not be allowed to seize the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. The sword of Gojosian attacked. The sword light flickered, and the sound of swords roared. The sword's skill pierced through the air and attacked the hornets. These hornets' strength was comparable to the sword of Gojosian, and they were very powerful. However, under the sword of Gojosian's sword skills, they were killed one by one, and their corpses fell like rain. The Hornet King Bee's intelligence was not low. It was not disturbed by the sword of Gojosian, and instead, it accelerated toward the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. Damn it! Many sword of Gojosian's faces changed. Their bodies flashed, and they immediately released their sword skills to attack the Hornet King Bee. At the same time, they quickly approached the golden brown hill in an attempt to seize the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit. Chapter 1006. Death had become the only main theme. If it were not for Chu Mu absorbing a large amount of negative aura, this place would have become a desolate place where the souls of the dead would breed. The Kamihira sword embryo in his middle dantian grew again and reached the peak of the royal grade. Next, no matter how much Chu Mu absorbed, the sword embryo was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. It was unable to transform into a divine grade again. Chu Mu thought for a moment and knew that it was because the level of the negative aura here was not high enough. If the sword embryo wanted to transform into a divine grade again, it would need a higher quality of negative aura. The power of his divine sense was constantly paying attention to the surroundings. The appearance of the flying strange beasts had caused the battle to reach its climax. The battle of life and death had already reached its final juncture. Only Chu Mu had not made a move. Chu Mu did not make a move immediately. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping wood. The infinite, desolate sword essence that was slowly flowing in his meridians suddenly changed its route and sped up. It condensed in a spiral and condensed into an even more condensed sword essence. Its color gradually turned golden. Strands of tyrannical aura dispersed from the transformed sword essence. It was controlled by Chu Mu's divine sense and locked into his body. It surged endlessly, and his chi and blood roared like a dragon. In 10 breaths of time, many sort of Gojosian had died. Even more strange beasts had died. In Chu Mu's body, the infinite, desolate sword essence had condensed into an even more tyrannical, divine, desolate sword essence. The tyrannical power in his body was like a soaring dragon. His chi and blood were abundant. It was like the accumulation of magma in a volcano that was about to erupt and soar into the sky. Wrapped in the grayish-white negative aura, Chu Mu's body shook and he soared into the sky. Using the sword-controlling technique, he became one with the violent thunder sacred sword, turning into a blazing white lightning sword light, instantly tearing apart the sky. With unparalleled speed, he tore apart a flying beast, the unicorn-horned bee, and shot towards the 9 revolution body-refining fruit. When he used the divine wilderness sword art, his sword essence would transform, and its power would be comparable to a sword of Gojosian at the 2nd firmament of creation realm. Chu Mu's speed was already faster than the average Ichino sword of Gojosian. At this moment, he was much faster than the average 2-star sword of Gojosian. With the vibrational force that vibrated the air, he obtained a powerful, propulsive force. Coupled with the speed increase from the sword kinesis technique, he was even faster than an ordinary Samsung sword of Gojosian. With the sudden burst of power, the battle became white-hot again. It was unexpected and impossible to guard against. When someone noticed it, Chu Mu was already close to the 9 revolution body-refining fruit. Using his finger like a sword, he silently cut off the branch under the 9 revolution body-refining fruit without a trace. The 9 revolution body-refining fruit flew up and was caught by the palm formed by the power of divine sense, flying towards Chu Mu. "You're courting death." The sword of Gojosian, who noticed it, were furious. They wanted to seize the 9 revolution body-refining fruit, but they were tied down by the flying beasts and no one could get close. Someone actually took advantage of the moment when they were tying down the flying beasts and suddenly attacked, instantly becoming the public enemy. Dozens of incomparably tyrannical sword skills slashed through the sky and bombarded Chu Mu. there were also the attacks of the numerous beasts. It was like a rain of light, and a hurricane roared, destroying the heavens and earth, putting Chu Mu in imminent danger. Seeing that he was about to be caught by the countless terrifying attacks, Chu Mu's expression didn't change. With a cold expression, he used Deshang's burning blood transformation without hesitation. The essence blood gathered in his body was like gasoline being ignited. With a rumble, an incomparably tyrannical power erupted, rushing through his body like a water pump. In an instant, Chu Mu's speed increased explosively, directly shaking off the various terrifying attacks. He grabbed the 9 revolution body-refining fruit and moved at a speed more than 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Merging with the Tao of space, his figure became even more elusive and untraceable as he flew through the sky. Damn it, Chase! Whether it was the human sort of Gojosian or the native beasts of the examination ground, they all stopped fighting at this moment. They all looked in the direction that Chu Mu had left in and furiously chased after him. In an instant, the human sword of Gojosian erupted with power, using secret flying techniques to increase their speed. The flying beasts also rushed forward. The living beasts ran across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Countless corpses were trampled into pieces. When all the beasts left, the golden-brown mountain was covered in a layer of blood and flesh paste formed from broken corpses. Because of a single 9 revolution body-refining fruit, a large number of creatures had died here. On the black warship in the sky, the elders were all paying attention to the battle below. When they saw Chu Mu suddenly make a move and snatch the 9 revolution body-refining fruit, they were all stunned. Sword controlling technique, so he's a disciple of the West Tiger region's Flying Heaven Pavilion. This child's grasp of timing is unique. Ordinary people can't compare. What kind of secret technique is that? It actually increased his speed by so much. He even grasped the power of space law, worthy of being the number 1 Fortune Gate disciple. A West Tiger sword shrine elder had some understanding of Chu Mu. This child has poked a hornet's nest, daring to provoke so many powerful enemies alone. Each of the elders held the mentality of watching a good show. They wouldn't make a move to protect Chu Mu. His life and death were in his own hands. Flying at full speed, Huang Xiaolong's speed was extremely fast, even faster than an ordinary 4-star sword of Gojosian. But there were many sort of Gojosian chasing after Chu Mu, as well as many strange beasts. Among these sword of Gojosian, the Samsung sword of Gojosian and the 4-star sword of Gojosian's speed increased explosively after using secret techniques. They were not inferior to Chu Mu in the slightest. There were also some powerful flying strange beasts, such as the horned hornet, that were born with the ability to fly, so their speed was even faster. They bit on Chu Mu's tail as they gradually closed in. My cultivation is too low. Even if I use the divine wilderness sword art and Deshang's burning blood transformation to increase my speed, it's still difficult to shake them off. Chu Mu thought to himself. He could feel the tyrannical aura gradually closing in behind him. Incomparably sharp killing intent rushed at him, like smoke signals as cold as hell. If he continued to chase, his blood essence and sword energy would be overly consumed, which would be very disadvantageous for him. Even though he had already consumed and refined 5 kilograms of yuan liquid, causing his sword energy to reach the peak of the first layer. After using the divine wilderness sword art, the rate of consumption would increase by 10 times. He would not be able to last for long. With a quick thought, Chu Mu took out an ordinary low-grade saint sword from his interspatial ring. Without even turning his head, he slashed out. With 2 slashes, an azure wind blade tore through the sky. The edges of the azure wind blade emitted a layer of golden luster. It was extremely sharp and contained a terrifying aura of desolation. Alongside the azure wind blade was a purple-gold thunderbolt. It seemed to shatter the void as it descended desolately. The moment he attacked, he used 2 sword techniques. Under the amplification of the divine wilderness sword essence and Deshang's burning blood transformation, the power of these two sword techniques increased by 30 times. It caused the sword of Gojoseon chasing after him to change their expressions. It was already threatening their lives. They attacked one after another, using their sword techniques to fight against the sword of Gojoseon. After shattering the two sword techniques, they exploded. Terrifying energy blasted out in all directions, but the shockwave from the explosion blocked the pursuing sword of Gojoseon and the flying beasts for an instant. It's still because my cultivation is too low, coupled with my insufficient grasp of the laws. The grade of my sword techniques is too low. It's not enough to kill them, let alone injure them. Chumu's thoughts raced. If there were only 1 or 2 people chasing after him, he would not be afraid. The problem was that there were hundreds of sword of Gojoseon chasing after him. Furthermore, each of their cultivation was at least at the 3rd firmament of creation. Just in terms of cultivation alone, they clearly surpassed him. In addition, they either had outstanding talent or had been a sword of Gojoseon for a longer period of time. Their grasp of the laws also surpassed his, and the grade of their sword techniques were also above his. If not for the divine wilderness sword essence and Deshang's burning blood transformation, Chumu would have long been caught. Other than the hundreds of powerful sword of Gojoseon, there were also hundreds of flying beasts that were not inferior to the sword of Gojoseon in terms of strength. On the ground, there were thousands of powerful beasts running about. Once he lowered his altitude, he would be attacked at any time. It could be said that he was in a life and death situation and was in imminent danger. The hundreds of sword of Gojoseon chasing after him mercilessly attacked. Sword techniques tore through the air and bombarded him. It was as if they had gathered into a sea of sword techniques that surged and roared. When they collided with each other, they exploded and turned into an even more terrifying shockwave. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Lightning gathered on the horns of the hundreds of flying beasts, the single-horned bees. They then shot out, turning into a long river of lightning that surged and roared, filling the void. Chumu's expression slightly changed. He turned his body and quickly moved to the side. The terrifying energy was like an eruption of a mountain torrent. It rumbled as it swept over. The earth-shattering aura caused Chumu to feel a lingering fear. A sword light moved nimbly in the air up and down, left and right, making it much more difficult for the pursuing sword of Gojoseon and flying beasts to catch up. During the pursuit, Chumu constantly used the laws of space, gradually familiarizing himself with the laws of space. However, it was still very difficult for him to shake off the pursuit with this alone. Chumu swept out with his spiritual sense. He checked the surrounding terrain to see if there was a place that would be beneficial for him to escape. He took out hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin crystals and crushed them all, turning them into extremely pure yuan qi that suddenly surged into his body and was absorbed. This allowed the greatly depleted sword energy to recover a portion of it. Stop immediately and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, there's nowhere for you to run. I don't care who you are, I'll tear you to pieces. The hundreds of sword of Gojoseon behind him flew into a rage after not catching up for a long time. They all cursed and threatened Chumu. If the flying beasts could speak, they would probably be the same, extremely irritable. Chumu did not move at all. His expression was cold and solemn, but he was somewhat anxious in his heart. Under the divine, desolate sword art state, his sword energy was depleted too quickly. He could not replenish it in time. Furthermore, Deshang's burning blood transformation had burned more than half of his essence blood, so he could not maintain it for long. Looking down, a bold idea jumped into his mind. Even Chumu himself was shocked. However, it seemed that this was the only way to shake off the pursuit. The sword light turned and immediately turned around, falling down like a meteor. Chumu's actions clearly puzzled the sword of Gojoseon. They thought that Chu Mu was seeking his own death. However, there were some sharper people who immediately thought of the reason for Chu Mu's actions. Chapter 1007. The sword light fell from the sky like a meteor, whistling through the air as it blasted towards the exotic beasts on the ground. The exotic beasts also sensed it and released their terrifying attacks towards the sky, wanting to shatter the sword light. The sword light was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. The attacks from thousands of exotic beasts were like a stormy sea, trying to destroy the sword light. The sword light, on the other hand, was extremely nimble. It was like a butterfly fluttering in the sea of clouds, or a willow swaying in the wind. It dodged the powerful attacks one after another, shuttling through the gaps between the attacks and falling rapidly. It was extremely dangerous, but it was safe. The thousands of terrifying attacks missed and shot towards the sky, immediately affecting the hundreds of Sword of Gojosian and the flying exotic beasts that were about to give chase. These attacks varied in strength, but they couldn't be underestimated. Once one was hit, it was very likely that one would be injured. Most importantly, once one was hit, there would be a slight pause in one's movements, and they wouldn't be able to dodge the other attacks. It was very likely that they would be blasted into smithereens by the thousands of terrifying attacks. The hundreds of Sword of Gojosian's faces were extremely ugly. The hundreds of flying exotic beasts were also incomparably irritable. Like a fish returning to the sea, Chu Mu quickly descended, dodging the heavy attacks and landing in the midst of the exotic beasts. Relying on his extreme speed and agility, he ran across the ground, shuttling through the thousands of exotic beasts. He tried his best to conceal his aura and quickly moved to the side. In the eyes of the exotic beasts, Chu Mu was the villain who had stolen the 9 revolutions body-tempering fruit. He was their target to kill. As such, the thousands of exotic beasts went berserk, unleashing all kinds of attacks to kill Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu dodged them and hit the other exotic beasts, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. After dodging the thousands of attacks, the hundreds of Sword of Gojosian and the flying exotic beasts counterattacked one after another. In an instant, multicolored energy fell from the sky like a meteor shower. The destructive aura swept through the world, wanting to destroy the thousands of exotic beasts on the ground along with Chu Mu. Destruction had descended. Chu Mu quickly moved through the swarm of exotic beasts. In the next instant, he used the sword-controlling technique again and soared into the sky, escaping as quickly as he could. A large number of exotic beasts died to the terrifying attacks. Dust billowed as the terrifying energy surged into the sky like smoke, making the scene extremely chaotic. Chu Mu flew at a low altitude amidst the chaos, taking advantage of the opportunity to escape. He also knew that this was not a long-term solution, but every second was a second. Xiao Chun stopped using the burning blood transformation at great perfection. His speed immediately decreased significantly. He quickly took out the golden vein blood yang pill and consumed it, recovering the more than half of his essence blood. Although his speed had decreased because he had stopped using the great success burning blood transformation, his aura had also decreased, making it easier for him to conceal it. The elders on the Black Warship were paying attention to Chu Mu's every move. They wanted to see if Chu Mu would escape from everyone's pursuit or be caught and killed. Hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin crystals were crushed once again. The pure origin chi was absorbed by Chu Mu, quickly turning into sword essence to replenish his energy. Hundreds of Sword of Gojosian and hundreds of flying exotic beasts once again discovered Chu Mu's tracks and chased after him. Although their speed was not slow, in order to chase after Chu Mu, they had used their secret techniques one after another. These secret techniques had side effects and could not be maintained for too long. Now, most of the Sword of Gojosian's speed had decreased. If this continued, he would only be chased by the Sword of Gojosian and flying exotic beasts. Chu Mu believed that he could not fight against so many powerful enemies by himself. Could it be that he had to hand over the 9-revolution body, refining fruit? If he took out the 9-revolution body, refining fruit, and threw it out, he could smoothly escape. However, if he did that, all his previous efforts would be wasted. At this moment, Chu-Mu suddenly felt a fluctuation in the beast's space. The fluctuation was getting stronger and stronger, as if something was about to come out. Could it be that Bawang has broken out of its cocoon? With a thought, Chu-Mu took the opportunity to open the beast's space. Ripples spread out in the void in front of him. A figure flashed and flew out from the ripples. It was an incomparably vigorous figure with smooth lines, as if it was in line with the laws of heaven and earth. It gave people an indescribable sense of beauty. A pair of slender and sharp wings spread open like 2 peerless blades. An incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from the not-so-majestic body like a volcano. "Master, I'll take you away." In Chu-Mu's surprise, this tyrannical and beautiful exotic beast opened its mouth to speak. The blade-like wings trembled. Chu-Mu was stunned to find that Bawang's wings were actually vibrating at a high frequency. The edge of the blade-like wings seemed to be shattered. In a flash, Chu-Mu felt that he had landed on Bawang's back. It was as if he had torn through space and moved forward rapidly. Even the air could not stop Bawang's figure in the slightest. On the contrary, it seemed to have become a driving force, like an aurora. In just an instant, the sword of Gojoseon and the exotic beasts that were chasing Chu-Mu discovered that Chu-Mu had actually left at a speed that left them in the dust. With their eyesight, they could vaguely see that other than Chu-Mu, there was another figure. It was not a human figure, but also the figure that had stunned them. In an instant, it burst out with an incomparable speed, carrying Chu-Mu away. "Chase! Don't even think of escaping." The sword of Gojoseon were furious as they continued to chase. Although their speed was slower, they believed that if they continued to chase, they would definitely be able to catch up to Chu-Mu. It's actually a strange exotic beast. I have never seen it before. The elders on the 4 black warships were all astonished. With their spiritual strength, they had completely covered the entire test grounds. Even though Bawang was extremely fast, it could not escape the detection of their spiritual strength. Sitting on Bawang's back, it was as if he had become one with Bawang. He rode the wind and broke through the waves, tearing through the void. That extreme speed was something that Chu-Mu could not compare to even if he used the divine desolate sword art and Deshang's burning blood transformation. It was at least twice as fast. Although it did not sound like a lot, if one thought about it carefully, they would understand how terrifying it was. It was like the difference between 2 times the speed of sound and 2 times the speed of sound. Once the speed was unleashed, in an instant, the 1 times the speed of sound would be left behind by the 2 times the speed of sound. As time passed, the distance between them would grow further and further. Bawang's instantaneous burst of speed was extremely fast. Even a 4-star sword of Gojoseon could not match it. Maybe only a 5-star sword of Gojoseon or an even higher level would be able to match Bawang's speed. The chasing aura became weak and disappeared. Chu-Mu let out a sigh of relief and stopped the divine, desolate sword art. He quickly took out hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin crystals and crushed them, swallowing them all to recover his sword energy. After flying for about a quarter of an hour, the Overlord's speed suddenly decreased by several times, and his tyrannical aura also weakened. "Master, my secret technique's duration is up." An exhausted voice sounded. "Go down." Chu-Mu patted Bawang's back and said. Bawang's body turned and drew a beautiful arc. It formed a trajectory in the void and landed on the ground. With a leap, he landed on Bawang's back. At this time, Chu-Mu had the time to carefully size up the transformed Bawang. The wings were slender and sharp, like a long and narrow blade. It was as if they could cut through anything in the world. There was a golden light flowing within them. The robust and perfect body. Every scale on its body was a perfect rhombus shape. It was fine and round, and the lines were shockingly smooth. With one look, one could tell that such a figure would face the least resistance, and its speed would also be extremely fast. The long tail had become even thinner, and the end was extremely sharp. It contained a dark, golden coldness. But now Boang's scales looked a little dim. Obviously, it was the after effect of using the secret technique. In terms of aura fluctuations, Boang was equivalent to a swordsman at the first heaven of creation realm. But in terms of speed, after using the secret technique, it surpassed the 4-star sword of Gojoseon. It seemed that without using the secret technique, its speed was not something that the 2-star sword of Gojoseon could compare to. Then, Chumu saw a scene that shocked him. Bawang's body emitted waves of light, as if every scale had become a source of light. The light became intense and dazzling, causing Bawang's body to disappear. Then it rapidly shrank and an incredible change happened. The light lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and the sound of bones snapping could be heard from within. It was so creepy that it made one's hair stand on end. After 15 minutes, the light faded, and Bawang's body appeared again. Chumu was extremely shocked. He stared at it in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Bawang had disappeared, and in its place was a person. No, it should be said that Bawang had transformed from an exotic beast into a human. This was because the aura fluctuations on this person's body were exactly the same as Bawang's, except that it was not as intense. After transforming into a human, Bawang sized himself up from head to toe, looking very interested. Chumu also saw that Bawang's face gave him a familiar feeling. After carefully examining it, he suddenly realized that Bawang's appearance was somewhat similar to his own. This should be the result of Bawang being with him for a long time and being influenced by him. However, compared to himself, Bawang looked a few years younger after transforming into a human, as if he was a teenager less than 20 years old. Master, this is one of my talents after transforming into a beast king. The increase in speed just now is a secret bloodline technique of mine. Bawang came back to his senses and explained to Chumu. The original Bawang already possessed extraordinary intelligence. As it grew, its intelligence gradually increased, and it was not inferior to a normal human. Chumu laughed when he heard this. This time, it could be said to be extremely dangerous. He had become the enemy of 1,000 people. But fortunately, Bawang had broken out of its cocoon in time and completed its transformation. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to protect the 9 revolving body-refining fruit, he would also lose his life here. Although the 3 Tianhuang's sword intents were powerful, it was impossible to kill so many strong enemies by themselves. He had to admit that his luck was not bad. Chapter 1008. One after another, the beasts' heads were penetrated from the front to the back of their heads, but not a single drop of blood spilled out. The silhouette was as straight as a sword, piercing through the void, leaving a trail behind it. It was also like a long whip, lashing out in the void, leaving behind a trail of arcs. It was extremely sharp. Chumu stood by the side and watched attentively. The one fighting the exotic beast was Bawang in his human form. Bawang, who had undergone multiple bloodline mutations, not only did he possess intelligence that other exotic beasts didn't have, he also possessed shocking talent in combat, as if he was born to fight. Initially, when Zhang Xian had just transformed into his human form, he wasn't familiar with it yet. As such, he was bound and even injured in battle. However, he quickly adapted to it, and since he was able to control his body well, he was able to bring out the full might of his body. At this time, even Chumu was amazed by Bawang's fighting skills. It had only been a few days since Bawang transformed into his human form, but he had already mastered his own body. Moreover, he was able to display his talent in battle after battle, making his skills even more exquisite. Such talent was not inferior to a swordsman who possessed the heavenly martial sword body. Of course, the more outstanding Bawang was, the happier Chumu would be. At that moment, Bawang was using swordsmanship. It was not any of the swordsmanship that Chumu had mastered, Instead, it was a kind of swordsmanship that seemed chaotic and very strange. Bawang's weapon was a strange sword. It could be hard or soft and could be controlled freely. In fact, it was transformed from Bawang's tail after he transformed into his human form. When the sword was hard, it was a sword, and when it was soft, it was a whip. The sword and the whip were one, and there was no distinction between the two. The soft and the hard could be changed according to one's will. When the sword pierced out, if the opponent wanted to block, it would immediately become soft and turn into a long whip. Combined with the sharpness of the sword, the killing power was shocking and extremely strange. One after another, the exotic beasts died under Bawang's whips and swords, becoming stepping stones for him to improve his combat skills. At the moment, Bawang was at the same level as a beast king, which was the same level as the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. However, Bawang was strong enough to kill other beast kings within seconds. Average beast kings at the second rank were no match for him. In addition, Bawang had also grasped a few types of heaven and earth force, such as the metal force, the water force, the wind force, the speed force, the strength force, the sound force, and so on. Their levels had all reached the level of precepts, which were equivalent to heaven rank precepts. Although there was no sword intent, Bawang's bloodline power and fighting spirit made up for it, making it stronger. When Chu-Mu and Bawang worked together, they wouldn't be afraid even if they encountered a beast king of the fourth rank. After a while, they would be able to kill the beast king with their own means and cooperation. The sword of Gojoseon and the exotic beasts that were chasing after Chu-Mu didn't catch up with them in the past few days because the test site was not small. After Chu-Mu escaped, it wouldn't be easy for them to find Chu-Mu. Besides, they had to find the token and pass the test. They had to make a choice. With a swoosh, the Overlord stabbed out with his sword. This sword was infused with the rules of speed, and was even faster than infused with the rules of wind. In an instant, it pierced through the head of the last mutated beast, killing it. "Master, how's my swordsmanship?" Bawang asked Chu-Mu excitedly as he shook off the blood on his whips and swords. He was like an inexperienced child. "Not bad, it's a unique style." Chu-Mu nodded. The style of Bawang's swordsmanship was completely different from what he had seen before. It was a combination of the sword and the whip, strength and speed, sharpness and sharpness, hardness and softness, and so on. However, there are still areas that can be improved. When it's hard, you can integrate the rule of metal into it, and when it's soft, you can integrate the rule of water into it. There's also the rule of strength, speed, and so on. The rule of sound can also be integrated into it very well to increase its power. Bawang nodded. His intelligence was not low at all, and he was even smarter than many adults. He immediately understood the meaning behind Chu-Mu's words. He had already integrated the rules into his sword, but there was still a long way to go before Chu-Mu could freely integrate the rules into his sword. The whip sword was similar to a long whip. When it was swung, it would be infused with the law of water and become more flexible. When it was infused with the law of wind, it would become faster and sharper. "Let's go. Let's continue to look for tokens. I still need 5 more to pass the assessment," Chu-Mu said. "Okay, Master." Bawang looked very excited. He was very belligerent. Even if he was in human form, he was still belligerent. "Ha ha ha ha, I've finally found you. Chu-Mu, hand over the 9 revolutions, body-refining fruit, obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." A Samsung sword of Gojoseon met Chu-Mu. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. He immediately pointed his sword at Chu-Mu. As for Bawang, he was directly ignored. "Kill." Chu-Mu did not hesitate and directly transmitted his voice to Bawang. Bawang understood and suddenly rushed forward. He integrated the law of speed into his body, causing his speed to reach the extreme. The whip sword appeared in his hand, and he suddenly swung it out. It drew a perfect arc with the law of sound integrated into the sword, causing the sword to cut through the air with a sharp sound. It was like a sword of sound, and it suddenly pierced the eardrum of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. After Bawang integrated the law of speed, his explosive power was comparable to that of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. He was extremely fast, and the sword he swung was like an iron whip breaking through the air. It was very strange. He even integrated the law of sound, which disturbed the mind of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. It made the Samsung sword of Gojoseon startled. The moment Bawang swung his sword, Chumu also swung his sword and attacked from the right. He cooperated with Bawang and attacked from the left and right. The law of space integrated into his body. He was extremely fast and agile. In an instant, he was close to the Samsung sword of Gojoseon as if he had teleported. His sword slashed out without hesitation, and he used his strongest sword technique, Wind Slayer. The sudden attack was too sudden, and it stunned the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. He never expected that Chumu would attack without saying a word. Moreover, it was a pincer attack from the left and right. It was so fierce that it directly threatened his life. He immediately retreated. He integrated the law of wind into his body, causing his speed to increase, but he was still a bit slower. The end of Bawang's whip sword slashed through the air and cut through the Samsung sword of Gojoseon's chest. It directly tore through his protective sword aura, tore his robe, and hit his inner armor. It almost injured his chest, and he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. From the beginning, the Samsung sword of Gojoseon was at a disadvantage. Facing Chumu and Bawang's flawless joint attack, he could only dodge continuously. It was difficult for him to counterattack. In terms of cultivation, Chumu and Bawang were at the level of the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. They were obviously inferior to him. However, their speed and explosive power were only slightly inferior to him. The power of their attacks directly threatened his life. Under their joint attack, one left, one right, one up, one down, one in front, one behind, it was impossible to guard against. Not long after, the Samsung sword of Gojoseon's robe was torn to shreds. When the Samsung sword of Gojoseon died under Chumu's sword, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. After killing him, his interspatial ring naturally became Chumu's spoils of war. After checking, he found that there were actually 4 tokens in the interspatial ring. This made Chumu's total tokens reach 9. He only needed 1 more to reach 10. The corpse of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon did not need Chumu's help. Bawang used his bloodline ability to absorb the essence of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon's flesh and blood. His aura became stronger. The duration of the assessment was 3 months. In other words, within these 3 months, even if they had obtained 10 tokens, they could not leave. They could only return to the Black Worship after the assessment ended. Chumu believed that it would not take much time to obtain the last token. Sure enough, after obtaining the 10th token, only half of the assessment time had passed, which was 1.5 months. There was still 1.5 months left. Chumu would not waste the remaining 1.5 months. Instead, he searched for exotic beasts to hone his swordsmanship. The sword was silent and ethereal, as if it was one with the surrounding space. It was omnipresent. With a slash of the sword, it took a life. Chumu was fusing the rules of void into his sword technique. A void sword technique was shockingly powerful when used in a fight. The void sword technique had a total of 9 moves. The power of the 4th move, void sword technique, after fusing with the rules of void, was comparable to a normal earth rank 1st stage earth breaking sword technique. The power of the 7th move was comparable to an ordinary 2nd grade earth breaker sword skill. Currently, Chumu was only able to use the 9th move after using it again and again. Its power was equivalent to a rather powerful earth tier 2nd stage earth breaking sword technique. After all, the void sword techniques level belonged to the esoteric level. Using rules to activate, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Its power couldn't be truly increased. In the midst of life and death battles, Chumu discovered that compared to pure cultivation, the efficiency of mastering the rule of space was much higher. It was almost double the efficiency. However, it would take a long time to master the void mark again. Chu was also doing his best to cultivate, striving to master the void mark as soon as possible. Once he mastered the void mark, his strength would immediately improve qualitatively. Chu was honing his swordsmanship and the rule of space. Bawang was also honing his swordsmanship. He planned to use the rule of space that he had mastered to create his own swordsmanship. He used the whip sword. The swordsmanship he created naturally had to be compatible with the whip sword. Only then could he fully unleash the power of the whip sword. Ordinary swordsmanship was not suitable for him at all. Chu did not teach Bawang any swordsmanship. Instead, he let him continue to fight. In the midst of life and death battles, he honed his swordsmanship, honed his rule of space, and deepened his mastery of the rule of space. Finally, he would combine them to create his own swordsmanship. Only then would he be able to fully unleash his strength. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed, for black warships landed. The sword of Gojoseon, who were still alive, also gathered from various places and returned to the warships that they had boarded. Chapter 1009. Even after transforming into a human, Bawang was still an exotic beast in essence, so Chu could still keep him in the beast space. Although the beast space wasn't big, it was quite suitable for exotic beasts to rest in. They could sleep inside and gradually absorb energy to strengthen themselves, slowly becoming stronger. The sword of Gojoseon, who were still alive, boarded the black warship one after another. Following that, a powerful airflow gushed out from below, and a loud rumble sounded, causing the exotic beasts in the test ground to panic. The black warship rose vertically into the sky. When it reached a high altitude, the airflow below converged, and a violent rumble came from its tail, like a tsunami, instantly bombarding the air. The black warship turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot forward, far away from the test ground. When they came, the black warship carried over 1,000 sword of Gojoseon, but when they left, only about 500 sword of Gojoseon left with the warship. In other words, the other 500 or so people had all died in the test ground. Perhaps it was the sword of Gojoseon fighting each other, or perhaps it was the battle with the exotic beasts. Whether or not each of the 500 surviving sword of Gojoseon had obtained 10 tokens was uncertain. They would only know when they returned to the heavenly sword hall. Chu, the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit, is still in your hands, right? I'll give you 50 kilograms of liquefied yuan, and you give me the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit. Byakuya found Chu and spoke very directly. His tone was aggressive and carried a hint of threat. Chu only swept a glance at Byakuya and ignored him. He opened his own room and walked in, causing Byakuya's expression to change drastically. It was cold, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Traces of terrifying killing intent covered his entire body. However, Byakuya still remembered the rule of not attacking on the warship. Once he attacked, he would definitely be severely punished. He could only forcefully suppress the anger and murderous intent in his heart. He stared at Chu-Mu's tightly shut door and forcefully resisted the urge to break in. After a dozen breaths, he finally turned around and left unwillingly. This was the only rare 9 reincarnation body refining fruit. If he could obtain it and refine it, his body strength would definitely increase by 10 times, becoming even more tyrannical. At that time, his body strength, speed, explosiveness, defense, and other aspects would all increase by leaps and bounds. At the very least, his strength would once again increase by a lot. However, this hope that could greatly increase his strength in a short period of time had been destroyed by Chu. How could he not be angry? Bearing a grudge in his heart, Byakuya turned around and left. Closing the door, he sat cross-legged on the soft bed and took out the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. Tyrannical energy, fluctuations, rippled out from the golden brown fruit that was the size of a baby's fist. 9 deeper golden brown rings wrapped around the fruit, causing the fist-sized fruit to look even more extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu felt the aura rolling into his body and shuttling through his muscles, causing every muscle to feel as if it had been injected with a tyrannical energy that was about to burst out. It will take about a month to return to the Heavenly Sword Hall from the assessment site. During this period of time, I will use it to refine the 9 reincarnation body-tempering fruit. Chu Mu thought to himself. He did not forget that in the West Tiger Sword Shrine, the 7-star sword of Gojoseon Jiyu was still waiting to compete with him for the title of the Gentian sword of Gojoseon. Chu Mu knew very well that even if Jiyu suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him, his mastery of the power of rules would definitely be above his own. After all, it had been hundreds of years since Jiyu had broken through to the level of the sword of Gojoseon. It was not easy to raise one's cultivation in the creation realm. What was even more difficult was the transformation of the profound meaning to the power of rules, as well as the mastery of the power of rules and so on. The higher the grade of the sword skill, the more difficult it would be to master it again. In addition to obtaining secret techniques to cultivate and so on, it would take a lot of time. Jiyu's talent was not bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the level of the 7-star sword of Gojoseon. In addition, he had nearly 100 years more cultivation time than Chu Mu. His mastery of the power of rules and sword skills was definitely above Chu Mu's. It could be said that the situation was very unfavorable for Chu Mu, but Chu Mu still would not back down. In a desperate situation, he forced out his potential and faced Jiyu in his best and strongest state. He had to think of ways to increase his strength, not his cultivation. Because if his cultivation increased, Jiyu's cultivation would also be suppressed to the same level as his. Therefore, to increase his strength, he had to improve it in other aspects. 1 month was too short to comprehend the power of rules, sword skills, and so on, so the improvement was not obvious. After refining the 9 revolutions, body-refining fruit, his body would be more than 10 times stronger. At that time, his strength would be stronger, his speed would be faster, his explosive power would be stronger, and his defensive power would be higher. Most importantly, because of the increase in his body strength, his endurance would multiply, and he would be able to perform earthquake force better. After eliminating all distracting thoughts and focusing his mind, Chu Mu swallowed the 9 revolutions body-refining fruit. After the 9 revolutions body-refining fruit entered his body, it spun and spun. The first of the 9 deep golden brown rings broke away from the fruit and spread out. In an instant, it engulfed Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu only felt that his internal organs, blood, meridians, bones, muscles, and skin were all vibrating. Wave after wave of tyrannical energy was released from the fruit. It spread out in circles like endless ripples, sweeping across every part of his body. Not even the slightest detail was missed, causing his body to begin to undergo a transformation under the power of the fruit. As the first ring spread out, the fruit became a little fainter. The second ring also spread out, and with the tyrannical power of the fruit, it tempered Chu Mu's body again. During the whole process, Chu Mu's body was in a contradictory feeling of being torn apart and crushed. It was very painful, but also a kind of comfortable feeling. He focused on cultivating the second half of the Divine Thought's secret technique, Pupil of the Sword, and forgot about the pain in his body. It was as if his soul was separated from his body. In the midst of cultivation, he did not feel the passage of time. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. The elders on the worship sometimes paid attention to Chu Mu's cultivation and watched the young sword of Gojoseon use the 9 revolutions body-refining fruit to temper his body. The strength of Chu Mu's body was gradually increasing at a speed that could be felt. The rings on the 9 revolutions body-refining fruit were released one after another, and the strength of Chu Mu's body also increased by 1-fold. In theory, every ring on the 9 revolutions body-refining fruit could double the strength of one's body, causing a significant improvement in all aspects. This kind of improvement was an internal and external improvement, and not only focused on the improvement of muscles and bones. When all 9 rings were released, the body would be tempered and strengthened 9 times. However, this was not the end, because the power of the fruit itself had not been completely exhausted. Time flew, and more than 20 days had passed. The black warship was approaching the West Tiger Sword Shrine. The 9th ring had been exhausted, and the fruit had become faintly discernible, leaving only a layer of shadow. Even so, it still contained a tyrannical power. The shadow of the fruit suddenly shook, and layers of ripples spread out. Immediately, it expanded to the maximum, and then shrank to the maximum in an instant. The shadow became solid, and as if thousands of explosives had been ignited, it suddenly exploded. Chu Mu only felt his body tremble. The incomparably strong impact directly caused him to leave the state of cultivation, and he saw a tyrannical and astonishing power sweep through his body. His body had already been strengthened by 9 times. Under the impact of the last wave of energy, his flesh and blood began to violently vibrate. Every time it vibrated, the strength of his flesh and blood would increase by a sliver. Chu Mu's heart was blessed, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. He threw away all distracting thoughts and concentrated on the vibrations in his body. The frequency of the tremors became higher and higher, and the power became more and more tyrannical. Chu Mu only felt as if there was a dragon wreaking havoc in his body. Tremor, tremor. Suddenly, it was as if the sun had torn apart the dark clouds in the sky and shone down. The light suddenly opened up, and the last layer of the earth tremor power was broken through. He had successfully comprehended the earth tremor power. The tremor power in his body was suddenly controlled by Chu Mu, and it was used by him. It shook every part of his body, and not a single detail was missed. The strength of his body seemed to have reached the limit, and it was strengthened again. Under his conscious control, the frequency of the vibrations became even higher, and the vibrations became even more tyrannical. The vibrations shook his entire body, and the air around Chu Mu was completely shaken. It was as if an earth-shattering wave was roaring and exploding. It crashed into the walls of the room and let out shattering sounds. If the walls of every room in the worship were not made of special materials and were sealed, they would have been broken under the impact of Chu Mu's terrifying tremor aura. The tsunami-like aura quieted down and calmed down. The tremors in Chu Mu's body also calmed down. With a slight movement, his muscles trembled, and the tyrannical power was like a dragon roaming in his body. It was incomparably tyrannical. The efficacy of the 9 reincarnation body-refining fruit is amazing. Chu Mu was secretly delighted. His body had been tempered and strengthened by more than 10 times. With a slight movement, he could feel the incomparable power contained within. Once it was unleashed, it would be enough to destroy mountains. Now, with just the strength of my body and my swordsmanship, I can fight against an ordinary Ichino sword of Gojoseon. Chu Mu muttered to himself. Before this, if he did not use his sword yuan, he would not be a match for the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. He would be easily crushed. The increase in strength was very obvious. I wonder if I can defeat Jiyu with my current strength? In fact, Chu Mu had no idea how strong Jiyu was. The only thing he could do was to increase his strength as much as possible. Only by becoming stronger could he guarantee that he could defeat Jiyu in the upcoming battle and obtain the title of Zhen Tian, Sword of Gojoseon. I'm about to return to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Since I still have time, I should quickly cultivate and familiarize myself with the explosive power in my body. Chu Mu made use of every minute to cultivate again. Chapter 10:10. In the front hall of Sword God Temple, there were always many sword of Gojoseon gathered here. Thinking about it, this time's soldier examination should be ending soon. I wonder how many people will pass this time. It should be about the same as before. There should be around 600 or 700. That's right. I heard that there is a new sword of Gojoseon whose title conflicts with Brother G's. Brother Ji also made an agreement with this person that after passing the soldier examination, they will fight for the title with the same cultivation, right? A horse-faced sort of Gojosian said with a smile. That's right. Ji, you nodded. Brother Ji is really kind. If it were me, I would directly order that person to change their title. It's just a new sort of Gojosian. The horse-faced sort of Gojosian raised his eyebrows. You don't know this, but this new sort of Gojosian is not an ordinary person. His name is Chu Mu, and he is the #1 disciple on the Good Fortune Heaven tablet. Moreover, one of the West Tiger's 5 absolutes, Chin Tianyi, looks at him favorably. A sort of Gojosian said with a smile on his face. So that's how it is. The horse-faced sort of Gojosian suddenly understood. He looked at Jiyu and said, So Brother Ji already knew about this person's background. No wonder, no wonder. The meaning behind his words was that Jiyu had agreed to fight because of this person's background. There was a deeper meaning behind his words. He might have said that Jiyu was afraid. Jiyu only faintly smiled and didn't make any excuses. A 1,000-meter long black battleship was flying high in the sky. As it approached Sword God Temple, its speed gradually decreased until it finally stopped at a corner of Sword God Temple. The sword of Gojosian, who were still alive, flew down from the battleship. The sword of Gojosian, who had obtained 10 tokens, were in high spirits. As for the sword of Gojosian, who hadn't obtained 10 tokens, their faces were downcast. Next was to hand in the mission. This test was equivalent to a mission. After handing in the mission, one would obtain a corresponding token, which was the so-called soldier token. Throughout the entire process, Yu Byakuya stared at Chu Mu. His cold eyes were like 2 sharp swords that pierced through the void and shot towards Chu Mu. If looks could kill, Chu Mu would have been riddled with holes. Chu Mu naturally knew why Yu Byakuya hated him so much. However, he didn't take it to heart. Although Yu Byakuya's strength was strong and could even defeat an ordinary 4-star sort of Gojosian with the strength of a Samsung sort of Gojosian, if Chu Mu unleashed his full strength, even if he couldn't defeat Yu Byakuya, he could still guarantee that he would be able to escape successfully. What's more, if he released Boang, the 2 of them might be able to kill Yu Byakuya. He played with the token in his hand. The entire token was in the shape of a sword. It was black in color. On the front, there was the word soldier. Below the word soldier, there was a row of battle achievements. On the back, there were the words Chu Mu. These words were imprinted by the power of Sword God Temple. It was impossible for humans to change it. This token was now a soldier's token. It represented Chu Mu's army of God rank in Sword God Temple, Black Iron Soldier. Currently, the row of battle achievements was 0. The way to obtain battle achievements was to kill a foreign race. Only by killing a foreign race could one obtain the corresponding battle achievements. This Army of God token had been refined with Chu Mu's blood essence. It was connected to Chu Mu's blood vessels. With a thought, the Army of God token turned into a ray of light and integrated into the back of his left hand. Suddenly, there was a faint trace of the Army of God token on the back of his hand. He strode towards the front hall of Sword God Temple. Suddenly, there was a kind of consciousness that made him look over. At the same time, Jiyu also turned his head and looked over. Their gazes met halfway, and there seemed to be electric arcs jumping. Without any pretense, Jiyu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Mu. He glanced over, and his gaze lingered on the back of Chu Mu's left hand for a moment. Immediately, he revealed a smile. Congratulations, Chu Mu. You have passed the Army of God assessment and become a soldier. When is the battle? Chu Mu asked. You just came back. I can give you some time to adjust, Jiyu said. 1 month on the ship is enough for me to adjust, Chu Mu said. Okay, let's fight now. I have already made the arrangements. Jiyu revealed a smile and nodded. He turned around and walked to a corner. Chu Mu also followed. When the sword of Gojoseon in the front hall saw this, they also stood up one after another. Let's go and watch the show. Ji-Yu is going to fight. Ever since Ji-Yu broke through to become a 7-star sword of Gojoseon, I haven't seen him fight for a long time. Almost all the sword of Gojoseon stood up and followed behind him. Humph! A mere Ichino sword of Gojoseon actually wants to compete with a 7-star sword of Gojoseon for a title. I will make you lose face in front of everyone and lose your title. Byakuya thought to himself. A sinister smile flashed across his face. He couldn't do anything to Chumu now, but in his heart he really wanted to see Chumu suffer. This would make him feel good. Before this, Ji-Yu had already arranged everything. He was just waiting for Chumu to come back and fight. His intuition told him that Chumu could pass the army of God assessment. Inside the Heavenly Sword Hall, there was naturally a battle arena for the swordsmen to fight. Chumu and Ji-Yu stood on the battle arena. There was a seal around the battle arena. Ji-Yu's aura began to decrease until it was the same as Chumu's, the first heavenly layer of creation. Chumu didn't attack immediately because Ji-Yu needed some time to adapt to the drastic decrease in his cultivation. From the 7th heavenly layer of creation to the 1st heavenly layer of creation was a drop of 1,000,000 times. It was like dropping from a vast ocean to a small pond. If he didn't adapt, it would be difficult for him to control and perform well. Ji-Yu didn't feel embarrassed. He waved his hands and kicked his legs. Then he circulated the unimaginably weak sword origin and quickly adapted to it. Back then he had also cultivated from this level, so it didn't take long for him to adapt. Below the stage, there were countless discussions. Even if Ji-Yu's sword origin is suppressed to the 1st heavenly layer, its purity is much higher than that of an ordinary 1st heavenly layer sword of Gojoseon. It's more condensed and powerful. Just on this point alone, Ji-Yu has suppressed Chumu. That's right. In addition to the purity of his sword origin, Ji-Yu has been a sword of Gojoseon for 100 years. His mastery and application of the power of laws is also better than Chumu's. The quality of his sword technique is higher, and its power is more powerful. This point isn't suppressed at all. No matter which aspect it is, Ji-Yu is better than Chumu. There's no suspense in the battle between the two. That's not necessarily the case. After all, Chumu is the number 1 fortune disciple. He can't be judged by ordinary standards. Even if he's the number 1 fortune disciple with extraordinary talent, it hasn't been long enough for him to mature. How can he be Ji-Yu's opponent? Let's see how long he can last under Ji-Yu's sword. Before long, Ji-Yu had adapted to the greatly reduced sword origin in his body. He pulled out his sword and stood on the battle stage, facing Chumu head-on. Even if my cultivation is reduced, the power of my sword origin is still above yours. Moreover, the power of the laws I've grasped will only be more than yours. My mastery of sword techniques is also above yours. Ji-Yu's words were sharp, and he began to attack Chumu's mind. Usually he was amiable, but when it came to a battle, he immediately became aggressive. This was Ji-Yu. He had no intention of going easy on Huang Xiaolong. Of course, Chumu didn't need him to go easy on Huang Xiaolong either. He would fight with all his might to win the title. You may be right, but I have a reason why I can't lose, Chumu said calmly. Since that's the case, I'll use my strength to make you submit. Ji-Yu let out a long roar and raised his sword. His momentum condensed into 1,000 rays, sharp and oppressive as he swung his sword. In an instant, thousands of rays of purple sword light pierced through the air like a thunderstorm, bombarding Chumu. So strong! Chumu's pupils shrank sharply. Although the amount of sword origin in Ji-Yu's sword origin was similar to Huang Xiaolong's, the purity of sword origin was far above Huang Xiaolong's. The same amount of sword origin, but Ji-Yu's sword origin was more powerful. This was something that Huang Xiaolong couldn't help. Huang Xiaolong's move contained a strong rule of lightning, and its grade was at the top of the heaven class. It was very powerful and fast, and every bit of power was fully released. The same level of rule of lightning was displayed by Jiyu's sword, and its power was above Chu Mu's. This was because Jiyu had mastered the rule of lightning for 100 years, while Chu Mu had only mastered it for a few years. Even if Chu Mu's talent was better than Jiyu's, and he could master a type of rule of lightning more easily than Jiyu, it would take him at least a few years to reach the same level of mastery as Jiyu. Facing the onslaught of the thunderstorm, Chu Mu's expression turned solemn. His body merged with the rule of wind, and his figure flashed rapidly, dodging Jiyu's attack by a hair's breadth and closing in on Jiyu. In terms of mastery of the rule of lightning and sword skills, Chu Mu knew that he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, he planned to close in on Jiyu and engage in close combat, which was his forte. Moreover, his body had become very strong after consuming the 9 transformation body-refining fruit, and he was even stronger than Jiyu. This was also his advantage, and he couldn't let it go to waste. Although he didn't know why Chu Mu wanted to get close to him, Jiyu didn't give Chu Mu the chance to do so. He swung his sword, and in an instant, a thunderstorm condensed and turned into a wind blade covered with purple electric arcs. It slashed horizontally in the air and attacked Chu Mu. This sword was another application of the rule of lightning. It was fast, domineering, and extremely terrifying. Chu Mu's expression changed, and he felt numb all over, as if he was about to be split in half. The power of his divine sense was raised to the extreme, and the speed of his thoughts seemed to exceed the limit. All kinds of simulation calculations appeared in his mind in an instant, and his control of his body reached the most precise level. His figure flashed, and it was as if he was really about to be split in half. He narrowly avoided the attack of the thunderstorm, and once again closed in on Jiyu. Chu Mu was determined to get close to Jiyu. Every time he dodged Jiyu's attack, it was like dancing on the tip of a knife. It was very dangerous. If there was the slightest mistake, he would definitely be hit, and there was no way to resist, and he would be seriously injured. The onlooking sword of Gojoseon saw that Chu Mu was able to dodge Jiyu's 2 sword skills, and was constantly closing in on Jiyu. They were all shocked. Chapter 10:11. Jiyu's title was Zhen Tian, Sword of Gojoseon, which shook the 8 trigrams. Among the various laws, his grasp of the law of thunder was the most profound, and he was also the most proficient in using it. Sword after sword pierced through the air, like bolts of lightning descending from the sky, tearing the darkness, the dark clouds, and the vast sky apart, blasting towards Chu Mu. It was like a sea of thunder, densely covering the battle arena, and there was nowhere to hide. Thunder and lightning destroyed the world, majestic and mighty. At this moment, Jiyu seemed to have transformed into the thunder god, wanting to control the law of thunder to destroy the world and kill Chu Mu. Every sword was a bolt of lightning, and the terrifying power made Chu Mu's scalp tingle. He did not expect that the law of thunder alone could reach such a level of power. It was very tyrannical. It could be seen that Jiyu had studied the law of thunder diligently, and his attainments were profound. The sword of Gojoseon could not be compared to him. Chu Mu felt that what he was facing was not a sword or a person, but a sea of lightning. It was boundless and indestructible. I have also mastered the law of thunder. Although we are at the same level, I can't compare to Jiyu. Chu Mu dodged as he thought to himself. He raised the power of his divine sense to the extreme, and his brain was like the most sophisticated and advanced computer, calculating at an unimaginable speed. In his mind, he simulated all kinds of things, reflecting reality, so that his body and feet could make the most accurate and precise dodging. Chu Mu's actions caused a wave of surprised cries and exclamations. Even Jiyu, the person directly involved, was similarly shocked. He was very clear on the frequency and density of his attacks, as well as the power of his attacks. Even if it was the current him the moment he was hit, he would most likely be wounded. Moreover, dodging was simply impossible. But at this moment, Chu Mu did not block at all. Instead, he dodged, dodged, and dodged. Every dodge was frighteningly accurate, as if Jiyu and Chumu had practiced together many times. Would it be possible for Jiyu and Chumu to put on a double act? That was impossible. Jiyu wouldn't do it, and neither would Chumu. That was because they disdained to do it. This was based on strength and personal ability. Chumu himself did not expect that when he fully concentrated, he would enter such a state. His calculations were incomparably precise. Unknowingly, he felt as if something was about to break through. Using a strange footwork, Chumu kept approaching Jiyu, dodging one terrifying thunderbolt after another. The sword battle arena wasn't very big. The main reason was that Jiyu's attacks were too concentrated, causing Chumu to have no choice but to take a few twists and turns to get closer. Sometimes he had to dodge Jiyu's attacks and retreat. This took a lot of time. Even so, the onlookers were still dumbfounded. They all tried to imagine what would happen if they were in Chumu's shoes and faced Jiyu's terrifying, concentrated, and violent attacks. Would they be able to dodge as precisely as Chumu's? They couldn't do it. Their hearts told them that they really couldn't do it. Truly worthy of being the #1 fortune disciple. Many sort of Gojosian sighed from the bottom of their hearts. Yu Byakuya's face was incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged like earthworms. He was burning with anger. If Jiyu's cultivation wasn't suppressed to the first heavenly layer, and he couldn't use those powerful sword skills, Chumu would have been defeated long ago. There were also some sort of Gojosian who retorted. Although they knew that they couldn't dodge as precisely as Chumu, they still felt displeased. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't find it pleasing to the eye. However, what they said made sense. The more powerful a sword skill was, the more sword energy it would consume when using it. Jiyu's cultivation was suppressed from the 7th heavenly layer of creation to the 1st heavenly layer of creation. The amount of sword energy he could use had decreased by 1,000,000 times. He couldn't use many powerful sword skills freely. With his current sword energy, even if the sword energy's purity was far superior to that of an ordinary 1st heavenly layer of creation, it could only support him to use a 2nd-grade sword skill at most. For example, the energy consumed to use a 1st-grade Earth rank sword skill was obviously several times less than that of a 1st-grade Earth rank sword skill. Similarly, the energy consumed to use a 2nd-grade Earth rank sword skill was several times, or even 10 times more than that of a 1st-grade Earth rank sword skill. Take Chumu, for example. With his current sword energy, if he used the 3 sword skills, Iron Slash, Wind Break, or Wild Thunder Break, he could completely support it. Moreover, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use them several times. However, if he used Wind Slash, his sword energy would be greatly consumed. If he didn't recover in a short period of time, he wouldn't be able to use a second move. Even though Jiyu's sword energy was several times purer than that of an ordinary sword of Gojosian at the 1st heavenly layer of creation, and his sword energy consumption was lower when he used sword skills, he wouldn't easily use an Earth rank 2nd-grade Earth rank sword skill. He was looking for an opportunity to defeat Chumu with a single sword strike. This was also the reason why Chumu was confident in defeating Jiyu. Otherwise, as long as Jiyu used an Earth rank 4th-grade Earth rank sword skill to cover the entire battle arena, he would have nowhere to dodge and would be defeated directly. There was no need for a duel at all. With the long sword in hand, he wielded it freely. One sword strike was swift and fierce, one sword strike was fatal, and one sword strike pierced through the air. With the sword in hand, he became one with the sword. His killing intent was fierce and merciless. Under the tremendous pressure, Chumu could barely breathe. Under the same tremendous pressure, Chumu felt that he had entered an unprecedented state of battle. All kinds of insights emerged in his mind. If he had time, he would definitely sit down and carefully comprehend them. Unfortunately, he was in the middle of a battle, and it was a battle of high intensity. Ji Yu was a terrifyingly powerful opponent. Only by getting close to him and fighting him in close combat would he have a chance of winning. Ji Yu still maintained a high-intensity attack. Every sword strike was like a thunderbolt, but it wasn't a sword skill. Therefore, the consumption wasn't great. With the power of his divine consciousness, it was enough to support him. It should be known that his cultivation was suppressed, and the power of his divine consciousness was also affected. However, it was still very powerful, much more powerful than an ordinary sort of Gojosian at the first heavenly layer of creation. Chu Mu was looking for an opportunity to get closer, and so was Ji Yu. Since you're doing everything possible to get close to me, I'll give you this opportunity, Ji Yu thought to himself. He didn't know why Chu Mu was doing everything possible to get close to him, but he guessed that Chu Mu probably felt that only by getting close to him and fighting him in close combat would he have a chance of winning. In close combat, most people relied on swordsmanship, and a small number of people relied on the use of close combat sword skills. Ji Yu had cultivated to the level of the 7 stars sword of Gojosian and practiced swordsmanship for more than 100 years. He believed that his swordsmanship wasn't bad. At the very least, it should be better than Chu Mu's. In addition, he had also mastered close combat sword skills. With this combination, he would definitely be able to defeat Chu Mu. With this thought in mind, Ji Yu suddenly withdrew his sword. He moved his feet and integrated the rules of thunder. His feet seemed to be stepping on thunder, and there was a constant sizzling sound. His entire body seemed to have become one with the thunder. Like a bolt of thunder breaking through the sky, he struck at Chu Mu. His sword was raised, and a strong electric arc jumped on the sword. The sacred sword in Ji Yu's hand was a low-grade sacred sword. Because his cultivation was suppressed, he could only use low-grade sacred swords. The quality of his sword naturally couldn't be compared to Chu Mu's frenzy sacred sword. In a flash, there seemed to be a bolt of thunder tearing through the sky in front of everyone's eyes. The raised sword was integrated with the power of the rules of thunder. It fell from the sky and stabbed at Chu Mu. Chu Mu only saw a flash of lightning in front of him. Ji Yu's figure disappeared, and there was only a purple bolt of thunder. It was fierce and domineering. Chu Mu was not alarmed, but happy. Close combat was exactly what he wanted. If he was unable to defeat Ji Yu in close combat, it would only mean that he was still not Ji Yu's match. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only give the title to Ji Yu. As for using a secret technique, Deshang's burning blood transformation would consume his blood essence. Ji Yu also had a secret technique that would not be inferior to Deshang's burning blood transformation. Chu Mu did not have the advantage. As for the divine desolate sword art, it would require 10 breaths of time. In such a high-intensity battle, it would be difficult to grasp even 1 breath of time, let alone 1 breath of time. Let's fight with our strength. Light shot out from both of his eyes. The frenzy's sacred sword was instantly slashed out. It was like a blazing white bolt of thunder that tore through the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trajectory that was terrifying. What a fast sword! All of the sword of Gojosian widened their eyes. Just now, Chu Mu had only dodged and did not counterattack. Therefore, they did not know that Chu Mu's sword was so fast. Ji Yu was also surprised. In an instant, the 2 swords approached each other and collided. They spun around and slashed towards each other. Chu Mu's feet stepped on the ground and circled around Ji Yu. Ji Yu's speed was extremely fast, and his reaction was nimble. He displayed a sword technique that was infused with the power of lightning and clashed with Chu Mu. Both of their footsteps were fixed within a radius of 10 feet. They advanced and retreated according to the rules. It seemed chaotic, but in reality they were moving as they pleased. The swords inevitably came into contact. The tyrannical power of lightning clashed with each other and exploded with popping sounds. Countless electric arcs, purple and blazing white, intertwined around their bodies. They were like bursting sparks, extremely dazzling. Ji Yu's sword technique was extremely sharp. It was like the power of lightning, swift and explosive. Every sword was simple and direct, but it was filled with terrifying power. The aura of destruction condensed and burst forth. When the two swords came into contact, Chu Mu could feel the tyrannical power and the determination to destroy everything in Ji Yu's sword. Ji Yu was strong, but Chu Mu was not weak. In fact, he was even stronger. Ji Yu's sword technique contained more changes. When the power of water was infused, it immediately turned the surrounding air into a gurgling stream. It washed past and affected Ji Yu's swift and explosive sword technique. Sometimes he infused the power of wind, making his sword extremely fast and sharp. Sometimes he infused the power of gold, making his sword extremely sharp. Sometimes he infused the power of lightning, making his sword swift and explosive. Chu Mu knew that he was obviously not as good as Ji Yu in terms of mastery of the power of laws. Therefore, he could only alternately infuse the various power of laws that he had mastered, making it difficult for Ji Yu to parry. He would only use the power of earthquake at the right time to be more efficient. It would be best if he could defeat Ji Yu with a single strike and obtain victory. Chu Mu had his own plan, and so did Ji Yu. The current sword technique confrontation was just the beginning. Chapter 10-12. Ji Yu had been practicing swordsmanship for more than 100 years. Even if he did not deliberately spend a lot of time to hone his swordsmanship, he had to constantly deepen it. The accumulation of more than 100 years, coupled with his extraordinary talent, was enough for his swordsmanship to reach an extremely high level. Especially after the battle between swordsmen, his emphasis on swordsmanship had increased time and time again. He consciously comprehended and cultivated, and his improvement was obvious. Throughout history, none of his opponents had been able to suppress him in a fight of sword techniques. However, right now, Ji was shocked because he discovered that his simple, direct, and destructive sword techniques, which he had practiced over and over again, were unable to suppress Chu Mu. Instead, Chu Mu gradually grasped the rhythm of his attacks, causing him to gradually fall into a disadvantage. To Ji Yu, this was inconceivable. How can his swordsmanship be so exquisite? The sword of Gojoseon below the battle arena widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not understand the scene in front of them. Yu Byakuya's teeth were chattering. Gradually, Chu Mu began to control the rhythm of the battle, gradually gaining the upper hand, causing Ji Yu to gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. In a battle of swordsmanship, he had never been afraid of anyone. If this continues, the situation will be very unfavorable for me. Ji Yu understood this point and instantly burst out. The incomparably strong rule of lightning gathered in the sword, and purple lightning flashed. The sword emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. It slashed down from the sky, as if a thunderbolt was descending from the sky, wanting to destroy the earth. Earth rank first grade earth breaking, close combat, sword skill, falling thunder slash. The sword was vast and destructive. Its power was tyrannical to the extreme, and its speed was astonishing. It wanted to use the most powerful force to break Chu Mu's rhythm, and even defeat Chu Mu with one sword. Everything was within his expectations. Facing Ji Yu's incomparably tyrannical sword, Chu Mu took a step back and then took a step forward. In the space of an inch, he spun around, causing Ji Yu's falling thunder slash to miss. His body spun around, and his sword took advantage of the momentum to slash out. A golden radiance poured into the sword, cutting through everything in the world. The indomitable aura was unstoppable, causing Ji Yu's expression to change drastically. He suddenly realized that fighting Chu Mu in close combat was a very wrong decision. But it was too late because Chu Mu's sword was like a maggot, following him like a shadow and locking onto him, making it difficult for him to retreat. Waving his sword, blocking, dodging, and at the same time counterattacking, it was extremely fast like a gust of wind. It was a close combat sword technique based on the rules of wind. After being promoted to Sword King for more than 100 years, Ji Yu had mastered quite a number of sword skills. Some of them were skills that he rarely used, but now he had no choice but to use them again because of his cultivation being suppressed. Wind/triple kill. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, like a gust of wind sweeping over. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 3 consecutive swords, from the top, middle, and bottom, attacked Chumu. 3 swords, 3 gusts of wind, as if wanting to cut Chumu into 3 pieces. Chumu's figure fluttered, like a butterfly among flowers. He dodged the wind/triple slash and counterattacked with the Frenzy Sacred Sword. The golden rules were infused with the power of thunder of the Frenzy Sacred Sword, making it even more domineering. Just this one sword strike was enough to force Ji Yu to dodge. His figure suddenly leaped up, and the iron cut sword technique slashed down from below, as if it had cut through the space of the battle arena. Ji Yu's figure appeared in the air. With a whistling sound, a gust of wind blew from the void, circling around him like a storm. Then, an intense purple lightning burst out from Ji Yu's body. Countless purple lightning arcs jumped wildly, filling the void and converging with the whirling wind, forming a thunderstorm filled with endless destruction. Terrifying power gathered on the sacred sword in Ji Yu's hand. The power of the wind and thunder rules increased layer by layer, erupting continuously. The entire battle arena seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. Chumu's expression was solemn. The power of this sword was too strong, suppressing him to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. There seemed to be a unique sword intent in that sword. Chumu reacted. It was an elemental sword intent. Ji Yu was only one step away from truly grasping the elemental sword intent. The reason why he understood was because Chumu himself had also grasped the elemental sword intent, the undying sword intent. He had 2 sword souls and 2 sword intents. One was an ordinary sword intent, and the other was an elemental sword intent. Normally, Chumu would only use the ordinary sword intent, and would not use the undying sword intent casually. Looking up, the terrifying purple storm continued to gather, locking onto Chumu, making Chumu feel like he was about to be torn apart. What a powerful sword strike! Chumu was amazed. This was just an Earth-class, second-grade, earth-breaking sword technique that had integrated the wind and thunder rules, but its power was so strong. Other than the elemental sword intent that Ji Yu had not yet grasped, it was also because his grasp of the power of rules had reached a very profound level. No matter how strong you are, I will still cut you down with a single sword strike. The shock on Chumu's face was replaced by determination. His heart was calm, but it was also like a raging ocean. In an instant, the power of his muscles erupted and vibrated. Shortly after, the metal and wind rules also surged into the violent thunder sacred sword, intertwining with each other. Sword origin bore the weight and sword intent erupted. All kinds of power gathered in the sword in Chumu's hand. Strong, incomparably strong. This sword strike was the most powerful one that Chumu had grasped so far. Suddenly, Chumu soared into the sky and swung his sword upwards. He wanted to break through the illusions and split open the heavens with that one sword strike. Nothing could stand firm against this sword. Determination, perseverance, power. What a powerful sword strike. Amazing. The sword of Gojosian spectators were all amazed. Yu Byakuya's eyes widened in shock. Such a sword strike was qualified to threaten him. The Uchino sword of Gojosian made the Samsung sword of Gojosian feel threatened. This was an unbelievable thing, but it really happened. The destructive storm of wind and thunder came crashing down, wanting to destroy Chumu. In an instant, Chumu's sword slashed out. The space of the battle arena was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The sword slashed at the center of the storm. In an instant, terrifying vibrational power surged out. The power of that power was boundless. The center of the storm was directly torn apart by the vibrational power at a high frequency. The metal rules and wind rules cut into the storm. It pressed forward courageously, and nothing could stop it at all. It was as if it was going against the flow of the current. Splitting apart the storm, a blazing white sword light appeared before Ji-Yu's eyes. It rapidly grew larger and was reflected on his face that was filled with astonishment. He never thought that his strongest sword technique after his cultivation was suppressed would be broken by Chu-Mu's sword in a head-on clash. The sword light was so close to him. The tyrannical aura caused Ji-Yu's pupils to shrink rapidly. The boundless sharpness of the sword shocked him. Being in midair and in the state of using a sword technique, there was no way for him to dodge. Ji-Yu could only forcefully wave his sword in front of him to block Chu-Mu's attack. An incomparably ear-piercing sound rang out. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye instantly exploded. Ji-Yu's complexion changed once again. It was as if he had lost all of his blood. The sword in his hand trembled intensely, and his right hand that held the sword also trembled intensely. The terrifying vibrations caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. He could only feel that the bones in his arm were also about to shatter. His entire body was thrown into the air uncontrollably. He slammed into the seal and fell down. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura immediately weakened. This is impossible. Ji-Yu was actually injured. The sword of Gojoseon around the arena all exclaimed with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shock, incomparable shock. The 7-star sword of Gojoseon Ji-Yu. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to the first celestial layer, his strength was still much stronger than the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. Even a 2-star sword of Gojoseon wasn't his match. But now he was actually defeated by an Ichino sword of Gojoseon. Furthermore, he was defeated fair and square by an Ichino sword of Gojoseon when he used a tyrannical sword technique. You win. Ji-Yu struggled to get up. The collision of the two swords was mainly due to the impact of the mountain quake energy. It directly injured his right arm. The muscles and bones all over his body felt like they were being torn apart. His internal organs were also injured by the impact. Such a terrifying strength. Even if he was unwilling, Ji-Yu knew that he had lost. He had been defeated fair and square. There was no excuse for him to use. If you hadn't suppressed your cultivation, I wouldn't have been your match, Chu-Mu said indifferently. He wasn't happy about defeating Ji-Yu because he knew very well that the Ji-Yu he defeated was a Ji-Yu whose cultivation had been suppressed 1,000,000 times. If Ji-Yu had used his full strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to block a single finger of Ji-Yu's and would have been obliterated. Even if I suppressed my cultivation, the purity of my sword yuan is far above yours. My grasp of the laws is also above yours. The power of my sword technique is also above yours. But even so, I still lost to your sword. There's no luck. Ji-Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. The title of Zhentian, sword of Gojoseon, belongs to you now. However, I'll wait for your cultivation to increase. One day, when you reach the same level as me, I'll challenge you again. At that time, we'll truly discuss who the title belongs to. All right. Chu-Mu nodded. Ji-Yu had used the title of Zhentian for more than 100 years. It contained his dreams and aspirations. He wouldn't give it up easily. Chu-Mu also understood this point. When two people's cultivation were at the same level, it would be a true battle. They would use their full strength to determine who was stronger. After giving Chu-Mu a deep look, Ji-Yu turned and walked down the arena. The sword yuan that had been suppressed in his body began to recover. With a rumble, it rushed through his body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. Chu-Mu also walked down the arena. He was very happy that he had won and kept the title of Zhen Tian. Under the amazed and incredulous gazes of the sword of Gojoseon, Chu-Mu walked out of the sword battle hall. He planned to return to the Flying Heaven Pavilion first, because he might not be able to return to the Flying Heaven Pavilion for a long time. Chapter 1013. This Chu Mu is truly terrifying to the extreme. Yes, with the Ichino sword of Gojoseon strength, he was able to defeat Jiyu. If that's the case, in a real battle of life and death, an ordinary 2-star sword of Gojoseon can only be a ghost under his sword. In my opinion, it's not just an ordinary 2-star sword of Gojoseon that is not his match. I'm afraid that he can even put up a fight against an ordinary Samsung sword of Gojoseon. An Ichino sword of Gojoseon versus a Samsung sword of Gojoseon. Even if it's an ordinary Samsung sword of Gojoseon, it's enough to show that Chu Mu's strength is indeed very terrifying. A swordsman who can enter the creation's secret realm to comprehend is already extraordinary. To be able to become the number 1 creation disciple and surpass all the previous creation disciples, his talent is even more astonishing. The more praises there were, the uglier Byakuya's expression became. Chu Mu, please wait for a moment. Just as he walked out of the battle sword hall, someone called out to Chu Mu. It was an unfamiliar voice. Chu Mu turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe. He had a friendly smile on his face as he strode over. "What can I do for you?" Chu Mu asked calmly. "My name is Land Warfare. I mean no harm." The middle-aged man in blue robes hurriedly smiled. Chu Mu could feel that the aura leaking out from his body had reached the 3rd heaven of creation realm. He was a Samsung sword of Gojoseon. Chu Mu did not speak. Instead, he looked at the other party and waited for him to continue. Land Warfare did not expect Chu Mu to be so taciturn. He smiled awkwardly and continued. "It's like this. I see that although Brother Chu's cultivation is only at the 1st heaven of creation realm, your attack power is far superior to the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. Even compared to an ordinary Samsung sword of Gojoseon, you are not inferior. Therefore, I would like to invite Brother Chu to explore a secret realm together." Secret realm. Chu Mu was slightly taken aback. Secret realms were either naturally formed or left behind by experts. Secret realms that had not been explored would often contain many treasures. Exploring secret realms would often bring many benefits to swordsmen. Sword of Gojoseon's desire to explore secret realms. When Chu Mu did not refuse. Instead, he asked, "This secret realm has just appeared, and there are still countless seals. We will have to wait for more than a year before the seals will weaken. At that time, we will be able to break through the seals and enter." Land Warfare explained, "At that time, not only us, but other swordsmen will also enter and compete with each other. That secret realm can only be entered by geniuses at the 1st heaven of creation realm to the 3rd heaven. When will we meet?" Chu Mu was tempted and asked again. "1 year from today, we will meet at the Heavenly Sword Hall and head to the secret realm together," Land Warfare said. "All right. If I want to go, I will meet you at the Heavenly Sword Hall in a year." Chu Mu nodded and turned to leave. In the world of swordsmen, situations like this were very common. Even if they did not know each other, it was normal for them to invite each other to explore secret realms together when they saw that the other party's strength was not bad. After the invitation, Land Warfare looked at Chu Mu's back as he left. He smiled and turned to return to the Heavenly Sword Hall. He left the Heavenly Sword Hall and flew on his sword. He turned into a sword light and left quickly. A figure flashed and appeared at the edge of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The sword light that watched Chu Mu leave was Byakuya, a disciple of the Shattered Star Tower. "Chu Mu, fine. I will let you live for another year. After a year, I will kill you in the secret realm." Byakuya's voice, which was filled with murderous intent, blew out like the wind from between his teeth. Previously, when he saw the battle between Chu Mu and Jiyu, he realized that Chu Mu's strength could not be viewed with common sense. If he went to intercept Chu Mu now, even if he could kill him in the end, he might be seriously injured. Therefore, Byakuya planned to leave the opportunity for the secret realm a year later. He wanted to use this 1 year to frantically improve his strength. Riding his sword in the air, Chu Mu soared between heaven and earth. His speed was extremely fast. He quickly left the Heavenly Sword Hall and headed in the direction of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Compared to before he came to the Heavenly Sword Hall, his speed was a little faster. He could shorten the time and return to the Flying Heaven Pavilion earlier. If there were no accidents, Chu Mu would definitely go to the Secret Realm exploration a year later. Therefore, during this 1 year, he would do his best to improve his strength, whether it was the improvement of his cultivation or other aspects. In short, as long as he could improve his strength, it would be fine. In fact, it would take some time to return to the Flying Heaven Pavilion. It would also take some time to rush from the Flying Heaven Pavilion to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Therefore, he had less than a year to cultivate. Fortunately, he still had 3 grains of high-grade Sand of Time, which was enough for him to turn 3 months into 12 months, which was equivalent to 1 year. In total, he would have more than 1 year of cultivation time, and his strength would definitely be much stronger. He cut through the sky at an extremely fast speed and shuttled through the sea of clouds. While flying on his sword, Chu Mu thought about the assessment ground and the comprehension he had gained from the battle with Jiyu. His mastery of the law of thunder had deepened, but it was still not as profound as Jiyu's. However, he firmly believed that as long as he was given more time, he would definitely be able to improve further and reach a more profound level. His power would also become more powerful. After flying continuously for more than a month, his sword energy was almost depleted. He took out high-grade Yuanjing and crushed it to replenish it. Chu Mu finally saw the gate of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. He took out the sword token of a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. It emitted a light that enveloped Chu Mu. In an instant, he entered the gate of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. It was as if he had disappeared into the void. The rich yuan qi of heaven and earth rushed toward him, making Chu Mu feel very close to it. This was the pocket dimension of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. He descended from midair and changed to walking. After entering the pocket dimension of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, he first had to pass through the front yard of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. In the front yard stood the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. No matter who entered, they had to land and walk past it to show respect to the founder. Even the pavilion elders and pavilion masters of the Flying Heaven Pavilion had to follow this rule. Chu Mu clearly remembered that the assessment when he entered the Flying Heaven Pavilion was to comprehend the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. He had to comprehend the minor flying heaven sword art from the statue within a set time to pass the assessment of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Only then would he be qualified to become a disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Chu Mu had also displayed unparalleled comprehension ability at that time, which made the pavilion elders of the Flying Heaven Pavilion attach great importance to him. He walked to the front yard and looked at the statue standing on the ground. The assessment of the past was still vivid in his mind. Unconsciously, Chu Mu once again looked at the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion and focused his mind. As he walked, he stared at the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. As he stared, Chu Mu suddenly had a strange feeling that the statue seemed to contain some secret. Chu Mu involuntarily recalled what his senior brother, who had taken him to the Soaring Sky Academy, had told him that the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion contained a big secret besides the minor flying heaven sword art. However, no one had been able to comprehend it. Therefore, this saying that there was a big secret was regarded as a joke. However, today, as Chu Mu looked at the statue of the founder of the pavilion, he suddenly had a strange feeling for some reason. It was as if there really was a big secret hidden in it. Unconsciously, he stopped in front of the statue of the founder of the pavilion. His eyes were focused on the statue without blinking. He had never been so focused before. The world around him seemed to shatter into pieces and peel off, disappearing before his eyes piece by piece. Only the statue seemed to grow bigger and bigger, as if it filled the world and filled his eyes. It occupied everything in his eyes and occupied the entire world before his eyes. Only the statue remained. Everything else had disappeared. Suddenly, the statue trembled and dust fell from its body. It was as if the statue was a person, a living person who had been sealed here for some unknown reason. Now he was awakening and breaking free from the seal. The dust fell with a cracking sound. Immediately after, a small crack appeared on the statue as if it had been hammered. As time passed, the crack quickly spread to the front and back, becoming bigger and bigger. It was as if a giant hammer had struck the crack. With a cracking sound, more cracks spread out in all directions with the original crack as the center. It was like the trunk of a large tree. Countless branches extended out from the trunk and spread out in all directions. They were like vines that were crazily growing all over the place. Under Chumu's gaze, in an instant, the cracks spread all over the huge statue. It seemed that the statue had become very fragile, as if it would collapse in an instant. The statue did not collapse. Instead, pieces began to fall off. Following the tracks of the cracks, the pieces became mottled and fell down one after another, turning into nothingness. Where the cracks fell off, a corner of a black robe was revealed. It had existed since time immemorial and would never change. As more and more cracks fell off, an aura rose from the statue and filled the air. This was a life force. Although it was weak, it was tenacious and tenacious. It was like a sprout that had broken out from the ashes, fighting against the heavens and absolutely not surrendering. This life force gradually became stronger and stronger. More and more cracks fell off. The black robe was vivid and lifelike, and the skin looked just like a real person. When the cracks in his eyes fell off, Chumu saw a pair of pitch-black and deep eyes. They were as resplendent as the cold stars in the night sky and as deep as the infinite universe. They contained the changes of all the stars in the universe. It was as if one gaze contained all the past and present. It was as if one gaze could see through the mysteries of all things in the world. It was as if one gaze could see through the vicissitudes of life. It was as if one gaze could see through all the changes in the world. An indescribable gaze and an indescribable aura rose from this person that was about to come to life. At this moment, Chumu was shocked. It was as if his entire body had been awed. He stood there motionless, and even his soul seemed to freeze. Chapter 10:14. In the endless dark void, in the vast and deep universe, the black-robed figure stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, as if he had already existed since the beginning of time. Looking at this figure, Chumu's mind went blank for a moment. He didn't know how strong this person was, but his aura alone made him feel boundless, like the boundless sky. That's right, that black robe was like the sky, cleansing the sky and covering the earth. It was everywhere. Behind his back there was an ancient sword, which seemed to have fused with his back. Standing in the void of the universe, there was nothing under his feet. Behind him, there were bright stars, flying stars chasing after the moon. It was vast and mysterious. Chumu was shocked and deeply immersed in it. Suddenly, the black-robed figure, free and easy, lowered his head slightly and looked at Chumu. A faint smile appeared on his seemingly hazy face. His thin lips parted slightly, and an ethereal and vast voice came out. "Have you learned the sword control technique?" It seemed to be a low murmur, but also seemed to be asking Chumu. This voice was endless and ethereal, like the endless winding of the blue sky. It was like the most beautiful picture scroll presented in the vast universe. Yes, facing this person, Chumu respected him from the bottom of his heart. Because he was the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, because of his vast and ethereal aura, and because of his imposing manner that made Chumu look up to him. It was as if the whole world, the whole universe, was under his control. Watch carefully. Another murmur came out of the black-robed figure's mouth. It passed through the endless void of the universe and entered Chumu's ears. It was so clear that it seemed to be spoken in his ear. In an instant, Chu-Mu felt a unique ripple spread out from his body. This ripple didn't seem to be powerful, but it was extremely tenacious and continuous. It was like the waves of a river, endless and unending. Chu-Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the black-robed figure in the distance. He stared at his every move and even tried to remember the aura emitted from his body. The black-robed figure slowly raised his left hand, and the trajectory he drew seemed to be the most profound and mysterious in the universe. The index and middle fingers of his left hand gathered together like a peerless, sharp sword. In the void in front of him, he drew a trajectory outlining one mark after another. At the same time, a vast sound came out of the black-robed figure's mouth intermittently. It rose and fell in rhythm, full of a unique sense of power. Every word clearly entered Chu-Mu's ears and was imprinted in his mind. It would never be erased. Chu-Mu didn't know what the black-robed figure's words were. Even if they were imprinted in his mind, he didn't know what they were, but he knew how to pronounce them and what they were used for. It was a very mysterious sound, containing the aura of the Great Way. It was an interpretation of the Tao. The trajectory of the black-robed figure's left sword finger was also reflected in Chu-Mu's eyes. Chu-Mu's divine thoughts were rapidly consumed. He tried his best to remember the trajectory of the left sword finger. It seemed that 1,000 years had passed, but it also seemed that it was just a moment. The black-robed figure's left sword finger pointed to the sky. The ancient sword on his back, which seemed to have merged with his body, suddenly trembled. A melodious sound resounded through the world, shaking the universe. In the whole deep universe, only the sword sound was heard. It was endless. Suddenly, the ancient sword left the scabbard and soared into the sky. A sword light went straight to the sky, piercing the deep and vast universe. It was like a real dragon rising from the abyss and soaring to the ninth heaven. The sword light was incredibly fast. It was so fast that Chu-Mu felt that his eyes couldn't catch a trace of it. In a flash, the sword light had appeared tens of thousands of meters away. In another flash, the sword light appeared in front of him. The cold and sharp aura made his pupils contract sharply. As the black-robed figure's left sword finger moved gently, the sword light danced up and down. It was extremely flexible, as if it had a life of its own. Its speed seemed to be increasing little by little. What is this? Sword-controlling technique? Intuition told Chu-Mu that this was the sword-controlling technique, but it was different from the one he had practiced. It seemed to be more advanced. The black-robed figure didn't seem to hear Chu-Mu's voice. He kept moving his left sword finger. The movement of his sword finger became smaller and smaller, but the sword light became more and more flexible. Finally, the black-robed figure's left sword finger stopped and put it behind his back. With his hands behind his back, he floated in the air like an immortal descending. However, the sword light didn't stop because his left hand was behind his back. It was not affected at all. It was still wandering freely in the endless universe, as if it had broken free from all shackles and cages. Chu-Mu was completely immersed in it and forgot everything else. Suddenly, the sword light flew out from the farthest place. It was as if it came from the void. It shot toward Chu-Mu at a speed that Chu-Mu couldn't catch with his eyes. It shot into Chu-Mu's glabella. In an instant, Chu-Mu felt a sharp pain as if his head was pierced and his soul was torn apart. He trembled all over and felt like he was going to die. At the same time, an ethereal voice came into Chu-Mu's mind. I'll teach you the sword-controlling technique of flying heaven. I hope you will practice it diligently. The voice returned to silence. Chu-Mu's body trembled. The deep universe in front of him instantly shattered like a mirror and was annihilated into nothingness. He seemed to have woken up from a dream and returned to the origin. He was still standing in the front yard of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. In front of him, there was still a statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion standing tall and majestic. The statue of the founder was still in its original position and hadn't changed at all. It was as if everything Chu Mu had seen before was a dream, an illusion. If not for the lingering pain in his head from being pierced, Chu Mu really would have thought that it was an illusion. However, it wasn't an illusion. It was real. After staring at the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion for a long time, Chu Mu bowed deeply and performed a sword salute to show his respect for the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. It was the most sincere and highest respect. Everything that had happened before wasn't an illusion, and Chu Mu had really benefited from it. This was a secret that no one had comprehended after the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. However, Chu Mu had comprehended it silently. As long as Chu Mu didn't say anything, no one would know. Retracting his gaze, with a heart full of respect, Chu Mu left the front courtyard. He rose into the air and merged with his sword. Transforming into a sword light, he quickly left. First, he went to the Soaring Sky Courtyard's valley to see Zhongmukin and the others. After chatting for a while, he gave Zhongmukin and the others some pointers on cultivation. Then he left and returned to the Breaking Sky Courtyard's valley. As soon as Chu Mu returned to the valley, he was immediately discovered by some disciples of the Soaring Sky Academy. However, Chu Mu ignored them and directly returned to his lakeside sword tower. He still had a few friends in the Soaring Sky Academy, but in the Soaring Sky Academy, other than Qin Tianyi, who favored him, he didn't have any friends to speak of. The first thing he did after returning to the sword tower was to sit down cross-legged and recover the sword origin and divine sense he had consumed along the way. After that, he began to comprehend the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique. This is the greatest secret contained in the statue of the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Chu Mu muttered to himself. That's right. The deep universe he had appeared in was the final inheritance left behind by the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. To be able to create such a world, it was enough to show how powerful the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion was. Without sufficient comprehension, it was impossible to gain anything from it. It had to be said that the difficulty of comprehending the technique set by the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion was too high. Before Chu Mu, countless disciples of the Flying Heaven Pavilion had failed to comprehend it. Even Qin Tianyi, who is known as the most outstanding disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion, couldn't do it. Before this, Chu Mu also couldn't do it. However, after he reached the Blessed Realm, his cultivation base increased, and so did all his other aspects. His comprehension also increased a little. Although it was just a little, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. He had reached the requirement to comprehend the technique. Of course, if Chu Mu hadn't comprehended the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique and cultivated it to a profound level, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend it, much less obtain the inheritance of the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique. The Flying Heaven sword controlling technique. In the simplest terms, the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique was the foundation, and the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique was the advancement. The Flying Heaven sword controlling technique can increase one's speed by more than double, but the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique can increase one's speed by 3 times. Chu Mu mumbled to himself. The difference between 2 times and 3 times was very obvious. For example, the difference between 1 time and 2 times the speed of sound was very big. If Chu Mu practiced the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique, his speed would increase by another level. He would be even faster. In simpler terms, if he hadn't used the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique in the test, he would have been able to shake off the sword of Gojoseon even without the help of Boang. Of course, the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique didn't just increase the speed of sword controlling technique. It also had other uses. If he succeeded in practicing it, Chu Mu's eyes shone brightly. Although the founder of the Flying Heaven Pavilion didn't use it in the Void Universe where he received the inheritance, after receiving the inheritance, All the information about the flying heaven sword controlling technique appeared in Chu Mu's mind. Therefore, he was very clear that once he mastered the flying heaven sword controlling technique, his strength would definitely increase significantly. He would become even more powerful. Therefore, Chu Mu planned to do his best to practice the flying heaven sword controlling technique. He didn't expect to be like Deshang, but at least he wanted to form the most basic combat strength. He didn't need to consider the 3 grains of high-grade sand of time. He should use them directly. Even Chu Mu felt that 3 grains of high-grade sand of time were too little. He hung up the sign for closed-door cultivation and directly began his closed-door cultivation, ignoring everything in the outside world. Chapter 10:15. Brother Gung, I saw Chu Mu just now. He's back. Oh, he's back just in time. Give him a battle strategy. Let's fight at the 100 Battles Tower. Brother Gung's eyes glowed purple as he waved his hand. Okay. The person sent by Brother Gung to deliver the letter of challenge was refused entry because Chu Mu was cultivating in seclusion. The Flying Heaven Pavilion had a rule that no one was allowed to disturb a disciple while they were cultivating in seclusion, unless there was an extremely important matter that concerned the disciple's personal safety or the survival of the Flying Heaven Pavilion. Even the pavilion elders were not allowed to disturb a disciple's seclusion. Disturbing someone's seclusion was equivalent to interrupting someone's comprehension and breakthrough. It would be viewed as a great enmity. Brother Gung. Chu Mu announced his seclusion as soon as he came back. He probably knew that Brother Gung would send him a letter of challenge. He was so scared that he could only use seclusion as an excuse. Seclusion. Brother Gung pondered for a moment before nodding. Send him a letter of challenge when he comes out of seclusion. I'll stay here and cultivate for a year. Don't worry, Brother Gung. Leave him to me. Chu Mu had long forgotten about Brother Gung. When he started his seclusion, he was immersed in comprehending the flying heaven sword controlling technique. He obtained the inheritance by comprehending the pavilion's founder statue. The inheritance was very complete. The mantra and sword seal of the flying heaven sword controlling technique were all clearly imprinted in his mind. However, this did not mean that Chu Mu had mastered the flying heaven sword controlling technique. He needed to comprehend and cultivate before he could truly master it. Knowing knowledge was one thing, but converting that knowledge into ability was another. After Chu Mu read through the entire Fei Tian defensive sword technique, he knew that it was 10 times more profound than the defensive sword technique. It was 10 times harder to comprehend, and the difficulty of training was also extremely high. Even if an ordinary disciple of the Flying Heaven Pavilion obtained the inheritance of the Flying Heaven sword controlling technique, they still wouldn't be able to successfully cultivate it. This was because just comprehending the mysteries of the technique would stop them from progressing any further. The difference of one's perception was like the distance between heaven and earth. Chu Mu immediately utilized a high-grade sand of time, forgetting the passage of time and everything else as he immersed himself in comprehending the flying sword driving technique. He read the mantra of the flying heavens sword controlling technique over and over again. The sword fingers of his left hand moved according to the sword imprint imprinted in his mind. It looked like a child scribbling, messy and ugly. It was broken and choppy and seemed very shaky. However, Chu Mu didn't seem to have any consciousness as he continued to paddle. After thousands of times, Chu Mu finally understood. I see. There are 2 major difficulties in cultivating the flying sword controlling technique. The first obstacle is the sword manipulation technique. You must first cultivate the sword manipulation technique and cultivate it to an extremely high level. You must reach the point where you don't need to control the sword with your fingers, but can control it with your mind. The second difficulty is multitasking. To others, these 2 difficulties are indeed great difficulties. Only a small number of people can cultivate the imperial sword technique to an extremely profound level. But with my comprehension, the current imperial sword technique has already reached a profound level. I don't need the sword fingers. I can control it with my mind. However, there seems to be a fine line between me and being able to control it as I wish. I need to spend some time to cultivate it. As for the second difficulty, it's not a problem for me at all. Multitasking. The second difficulty of the flying sword controlling technique wasn't multitasking, but multitasking, which meant that one had to surpass the level of multitasking. It was impossible to cultivate the flying sword controlling technique just by multitasking. All in all, there was only one obstacle for Chumu. Moreover, it was a small obstacle. As long as he spent a bit of time on the defensive sword technique and bitterly trained for a while, he would definitely be able to control it as he pleased. After realizing this, Chumu temporarily put aside his comprehension of the flying sword controlling technique and turned to cultivate the sword controlling technique. With a thought, there was no need to chant or move the sword fingers. The wild thunder sacred sword seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and instantly flew out of the scabbard, circling and dancing in the sword tower. Chumu felt that his control of the wild thunder sacred sword with his mind was a little jerky. He estimated that if he used it in actual combat, the power would be insufficient. However, it didn't matter. He could practice it, tirelessly using the sword controlling technique. The wild thunder sacred sword turned into a white thunderbolt and danced in the sky. It tore through the sky at an astonishing speed. However, Chumu knew that this speed was too different from the speed of the sword light that he saw when he received the inheritance. They were not on the same level at all. However, one was the sword controlling technique, and the other was the flying sword controlling technique. The difference in speed between them was obvious. The obvious contrast made Chumu even more eager to cultivate the flying sword controlling technique. However, he also knew that more haste, less speed. The most important thing was to strengthen the foundation. Only when the foundation was solid and unshakable would he be able to skyrocket and soar into the clouds when he encountered an opportunity. Without knowing the passage of time, a month had passed in the outside world in a flash. Meanwhile, the energy of the high-rank sand of time had been exhausted. Chumu had spent 4 months in this world. In these 4 months, he had been cultivating the defensive sword technique. From using the sword controlling technique with his mind to using the sword controlling technique with his mind, there was only a difference of 1 level. Chumu originally thought that he could quickly make the leap by cultivating diligently. However, when he really cultivated it, he realized that it wasn't that easy. During these 4 months, he cultivated the sword controlling technique every day. After the power of his mind was exhausted, he would recover. After that, he would continue to cultivate. He had completely occupied the cultivation time of his sword origin. As for swordsmanship, Chumu used the sword controlling technique to cultivate his swordsmanship. It was a little jerky and clumsy, but the effect was obvious. However, there was still a gap between him and the state where he could use it as he wished. Without any hesitation, Chumu once again used a high-grade sand of time, turning 1 month into 4 months. He continued to cultivate the sword controlling technique. Using the sword controlling technique to cultivate swordsmanship could first deepen his understanding of swordsmanship. Secondly, he could use his swordsmanship to improve his mastery of the sword controlling technique. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chumu had also discovered this cultivation method by chance. During this 1 month, the people sent by Brother Gung had come several times. However, they returned disappointed every time. Time flew. In the sword gauntlet, Chumu closed his eyes. A white thunderbolt flashed across the sword gauntlet and stopped in an instant. Then, as if an invisible person was holding the sword hilt, the sword stabbed out. There was a violent thunderbolt. It was a sword controlling technique of lightning. The sword controlling technique of lightning had 9 moves. From the first move to the 9th move, the moves were executed in different levels. The moves were incomparably skillful. After the 9th move, another sword was slashed out. It was like a thunderbolt piercing through the sky. It was a move formed by the fusion of the 9 moves. It could also be considered the 10th move of the sword controlling technique of lightning. After the thunderbolt pierced through the sky, the traces of the thunderbolt had yet to disappear. The white thunderbolt sword light practiced another sword controlling technique. A gust of wind blew over. It was the sword controlling technique of wind. From the first move to the 9th move, another sword was slashed out. A gust of wind blew over. It was the 10th move. The thunderbolt sword radiance paused for a moment before it started dancing again. As the sword slashed out, the wind howled and thunder roared. Wind and thunder gathered together. It was the wind and thunder sword technique that was formed by the fusion of the wind sword technique and the thunder sword technique. The first move, the second move, the third move, the levels of the moves increased and they were connected. When the last move was executed, it stopped. It was as if it was accumulating power. The power of wind and lightning was constantly being extracted from the void and gathered on the thunderbolt sword light. Then the sword was stabbed out. Wind and thunder were stirred up. It was vast and mighty, as if it was going to destroy the entire sword gauntlet. Deshang's sword controlling technique of wind and lightning. When the sword was executed, there seemed to be a cracking sound in Chu Mu's mind. It was as if something had shattered. Then, a feeling of sudden enlightenment arose, spontaneously. It reverberated in his mind, making his thoughts clearer. Wind and thunder rolled. The atmosphere was vast and mighty. It filled the sword gauntlet like surging waves. Chu Mu was in the midst of it. It was as if he was going to be swallowed by the wind and thunder. However, he remained unmoved. The white thunderbolt sword light stopped in the air, not moving at all. Meanwhile, Chu Mu was immersed in the sliver of divine light, comprehending it. The sword that was thrust out, the sword that was formed by the convergence of wind and thunder, seemed to have pierced through some kind of shackles. It allowed him to make a breakthrough in a certain aspect. Comprehension, comprehension, comprehension. He comprehended with all his might. He wanted to capture that trace of spiritual light and pursue it. After a few hours, Chu Mu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. 2 sword light broke through the air like thunder. The astonishing sword will traverse the void, crossing the past and the present. I've comprehended it. With a soft sound, Chu Mu's mind moved. The thunderbolt sword light was reflected in his eyes. In an instant, the sword light trembled again. It sounded like it was in joy. Then it shot out with a whoosh. Its speed was 2 times faster than before. It shot towards the seal of the sword gauntlet. It almost hit the seal, but it suddenly stopped. There was no inertia. The tip of the sword touched the seal, but there was no ripple. Precise and perfect control. With a thought, the sword light revolved and flew back. Along the way, it constantly changed its angle and drew a trajectory. In the end, those trajectories actually condensed into a blooming lotus flower. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a real lotus flower that had grown out of the ground. The sword light was located at the center, like the core of a flower. The feeling of lightness was as if the dust on his mind had been removed. When he used the sword manipulation technique, it was unprecedentedly easy and flexible. Even the consumption of the power of his divine sense was reduced. He could use it for a longer period of time. The sword manipulation technique could be used as he pleased. Sword manipulation technique, Deshang. Heartfelt joy filled his heart. It made Chu Mu extremely happy. After 2 months in the outside world and 8 months of continuous cultivation in the high-grade sand of time, Chu Mu finally succeeded in cultivating the sword manipulation technique to Deshang's level. This level was the goal that many swordsmen who had comprehended the sword manipulation technique pursued for their entire lives. Chapter 1016. The 18th time Brother Gung Gendra sent a disciple to Chu Mu's sword tower. Damn that Chu Mu, he's still in seclusion. The swordsman with a thin face cursed angrily. 2 months was actually very short. For a sword of Gojosian, it was normal for him to be in seclusion for 2 years, let alone 2 months. In just 2 months, he came here 18 times. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Chu Mu being ruthlessly defeated by his brother Gung. Therefore, he felt that each day was like a year. If he still doesn't come out, I won't care anymore. The sword of Gojosian gritted his teeth with an angry look on his face. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, as if he was going to attack the seal if Chu Mu still didn't come out. Suddenly, he felt a flash in his eyes. A sword light rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, filling his eyes and filling his whole world. It gave him a feeling that he couldn't dodge or block it, as if his whole body was about to be pierced through. He couldn't react in time, and his soul trembled. The sword light rushed out of the seal and swept past him. After a breath, a strong wind was carried by the sword and swept over. The wind blew his body left and right, and he almost flew backward. So fast! The swordsman with a thin face, the sword of Gojosian's teeth chattered. At that moment, he felt the crisis of death, as if his whole body was about to be pierced through. Too fast, the sword light was too fast. It was unbelievably fast. That swift and fierce wind was almost about to cut his body apart. After 3 breaths, he turned around and looked at the sword light above the lake. Chu Mu! An angry roar sounded. The sound waves were like a gust of wind, causing the lake to ripple. In an instant, the sword light appeared above the sword of Gojosian. It lowered its head and looked down. Its cold eyes were like the eyes of a god. In an instant, the sword of Gojosian was pressured. The terrifying pressure made the swordsman feel suffocated. The anger in his heart was extinguished by the cold water, and the threatening words that he wanted to say were instantly swallowed back into his stomach. Traces of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, he became even more angry. He was afraid. He was actually afraid. He was afraid of the Ichino sword of Gojosian. After all, he was a 2-star sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu, you finally came out. The swordsman, sword of Gojosian, spoke first. As a buffer, he tried his best to calm himself down. Brother Gung has been waiting for you for a long time. Let's meet at the 100 Battles Tower. When he said the 3 words, Brother Gung, the swordsman, sword of Gojosian, seemed to be injected with energy. The trace of fear in his heart instantly disappeared. He straightened his body, and a fierce aura gathered on his body. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chu Mu. Do you dare? If you don't, then obediently apologize and hand over the sacred sword from the heaven-piercing sword pagoda to Brother Gung. 100 Battles Tower. Chu Mu glanced at the swordsman, sword of Gojosian, on the ground. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the 100 Battles Tower. Without making a move, he controlled the sword light and instantly shot towards the 100 Battles Tower. You'll be in for a while. The swordsman, sword of Gojosian, angrily said. He immediately turned around and controlled the sword light to quickly leave to inform Brother Gung to go to the 100 Battles Tower. The 100 Battles Tower of the Heaven-Piercing Academy was similar in scale to the 100 Battles Tower of the Soaring Academy. The only difference was that the defensive energy of the 100 Battles Tower could withstand a full-powered attack from the 9-star sword of Gojosian. A sword light flashed and entered the 100 Battles Tower. At this time, there were dozens of sword of Gojosian in the 100 Battles Tower. There was no one on the 100 Battles platform, because the previous battle had just ended. The sword light did not stop or circle. It flew straight and landed on the 100 Battles platform, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Who is that? Chu Mu? Among the dozens of sword of Gojosian below, there were a few who recognized Chu Mu. It was Lu Yi and the others. They were surprised that Chu Mu suddenly appeared on the 100 Battles platform. Was he planning to challenge someone? Not long after, 3 more sword light flew into the 100 Battles Tower, 1 in front and 2 behind. The sword light in front was like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky and landing on the 100 Battles platform in front of Chumu. The other 2 sword light circled and landed on the empty space around the 100 Battles platform. Brother Gung, defeat him ruthlessly and let him know your strength. The 2 people behind the sword light were the 2 two-star sword of Gojosian who had threatened Chumu earlier. They cheered him on. Gendra. Among the dozens of sword of Gojosian below, there was also a Samsung sword of Gojosian. When he saw Gendra, he was shocked. Gendra is going to fight an Ichino sword of Gojosian? What's going on? The sword of Gojosian, who knew Gendra, were all puzzled. They knew that Gendra's strength was not bad among the Samsung sword of Gojosian. He was stronger than the average Samsung sword of Gojosian. A Ichino sword of Gojosian, no matter how talented or powerful he was not a match for a Samsung sword of Gojosian. You're Chumu, the number 1 fortune disciple? You don't look like much. Gendra looked at Chumu, lightning arcs dancing in his eyes as he spoke unhurriedly. You're the so-called Brother Gung? You don't look like you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Chumu's indifferent reply made some of the sword of Gojosian below burst into laughter. Gendra's smile froze on his face, and his expression darkened. The lightning arcs in his eyes intensified, and traces of anger gathered. I'll give you one last chance. Sell the holy sword you obtained from the heaven-piercing sword pagoda to me, and I'll give you a suitable price. Gendra's voice was filled with anger. You can't afford the price. Chumu's tone was still indifferent. In Gendra's eyes, this appearance of his was extremely hateful. Very well, since that's the case, let's fight. If you lose, obediently hand over the holy sword you obtained from the heaven-piercing sword pagoda to me. Gendra was so angry that he laughed. Then if you lose, what can you give me? Chumu was not afraid at all. Arrogant, too arrogant. You're just a mere Ichino sword of Gojosian, and you want to defeat Brother Gung? Gendra's 2 lackeys roared in anger. Lu Yi and the others who had been defeated by Chumu were stunned. Then they felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that Chumu was overestimating himself. He actually wanted to defeat a veteran Samsung sword of Gojosian with the strength of an Ichino sword of Gojosian. Even though they knew that Chumu was very talented and his battle techniques were exquisite, the difference between an Ichino sword of Gojosian and a Samsung sword of Gojosian was 100 times. How could they make up for this difference? Moreover, Gendra had been a sword of Gojosian for at least a decade longer than Chumu. The accumulation of these years of cultivation was enough for Gendra to surpass Chumu in terms of the power of rules and sword techniques. He's too reckless, Sun Yuan said. I think that Chumu should endure. With his talent, if given some time, he will definitely surpass Gendra in the future. When that time comes, he can definitely defeat Gendra and avenge his humiliation. Wang Wei added. You don't understand, Song Emo said calmly without any explanation. When the other sword of Gojosian heard Chumu's words, they also felt that Chumu was too arrogant. Not to mention other things. Just the difference in their cultivation was 100 times, and he still wanted to defeat Gendra. This Ichino sword of Gojosian is very bold. I admire him. A Samsung sword of Gojosian laughed, but his tone was slightly sarcastic. No one thought that Chumu could defeat Gendra with his strength. The difference was too obvious. After all, the disciples of the Flying Heaven Pavilion all had 8 revolution, sword intent, and profound power. They were at least at the early stage of the 8 revolution realm. To be able to become a sword of Gojosian, one sword intent and rule power had both reached the heaven rank, and at least the heaven rank middle tier. Gendra's sword intent and rule power had both reached the heaven rank top tier. In this aspect, Chumu did not have an advantage. Unless Chumu's sword intent and rule power had surpassed the heaven rank top tier and reached the legendary god rank. Gendra, on the other hand, had mastered an earth rank 3rd tier, earth piercer sword skill. Under such circumstances, if Chu-Mu wanted to defeat Gendra, he would have to master an Earth rank 5th tier Earth Piercer sword skill at the very least. Not to mention the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. Even many of the high-tier sword of Gojoseon in the Flying Heaven Pavilion had only mastered a 5th tier sword skill. You think I'll lose? Gendra laughed hysterically as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. It's not a thought, but you'll definitely lose. Chu-Mu said calmly, as if he was stating a fact. So, tell me what price you'll have to pay if you lose. Otherwise, there's no point in fighting. Chu-Mu's words made people think that he was arrogant, extremely arrogant. Gendra's two lackeys were even more furious. Good, very good. You've got guts. Gendra's voice was filled with anger, and his face was filled with a sinister smile. A top-notch lower-tier Saint Sword is worth about 5 to 6 million upper-tier origin crystals in the outside world. If you can defeat me, I'll give you 10 million upper-tier origin crystals. However, you have to defeat me first. 10 million high-grade essence crystals. The moment Gung Deliai's words came out of his mouth, it immediately caused the Sword Kings below to cry out in shock. To them, 10 million upper-tier origin crystals was not a small amount. It was a huge amount of wealth. They really wanted to replace Chu-Mu to defeat Gendra and obtain the 10 million upper-tier origin crystals. However, Chu-Mu's expression didn't change. There was no other reason. His spatial ring had over 100 million upper-grade yuan crystals and over 6 million top-grade yuan crystals. If converted to upper-grade yuan crystals, it would be over 600 million. If it was in the past, he would definitely be moved by 10 million upper-grade yuan crystals. However, right now, it was better than nothing. I hope you'll be able to take it out when the time comes, Chu-Mu said calmly. Although he had many origin crystals on him, he knew that 10 million upper-tier origin crystals was a huge amount of wealth for a lower-tier sort of Gojoseon. There were not many lower-tier sort of Gojoseon that could be taken out at once. Whether Gendra was one of them, perhaps only he himself knew best. Don't worry, as long as you have the ability to defeat me, I'll naturally give it to you. Speaking until here, the anger in Gendra's heart subsided. In his opinion, Chu-Mu was just a person who was proud of having some talent and strength. Chapter 10:17. The explosion was like the eruption of a volcano. Magma surged, shaking the heavens and earth. The crackling sounds grew louder and louder. Gendra's body was surrounded by countless purple thunderbolts. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. His power was astonishing. Let me show you the difference between the Ichino sword of Gojoseon and the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. Gendra seemed to be talking to himself. His face was full of viciousness, and his eyes were extremely sharp. His eyes were like lightning, as if they were going to pierce through Chu-Mu's body. He raised his sword, and countless thunderbolts spread onto the sacred sword. The terrifying power of the thunderbolts almost gushed out and filled the void. Its power was extremely shocking. Brother Gung is going to attack with all his might. As long as Brother Gung attacks, he will definitely be able to defeat Chu-Mu within 3 strikes. He will let him know that arrogance without strength is just arrogance. Chu-Mu is going to be defeated. Lu Yi and the others muttered to themselves. Tsang Mo frowned slightly and stared at Chu-Mu. He wanted to see how Chu-Mu would deal with it. The Samsung sword of Gojoseon's sword origin was 100 times more powerful than the Ichino sword of Gojoseon. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, and its power was astonishing. When ordinary Ichino sword of Gojoseon faced the aura of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon, they would usually be unable to withstand it. Chu-Mu was struck by Gung Deliai's thunderous aura, but he didn't move at all. His expression didn't change, and he was as calm as the wind. It was as if Gung Deliai's terrifying aura was just a breeze. He can actually resist the aura of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. It doesn't seem like it's just pure arrogance, the sword of Gojoseon below the battle platform muttered. suddenly feeling that things were getting interesting. Gendra's aura was indeed very powerful, and Chumu was able to withstand it directly. However, it was still slightly inferior to Jiyu's aura. Even though Jiyu's cultivation had been suppressed to the first heaven of the creation realm, his aura still surpassed Gendra's. Chumu could resist Jiyu's aura, but Gendra's aura could hardly affect Chumu. Defeat your opponent in a domineering manner. Chumu thought to himself. Taking this opportunity, he immediately activated the divine, desolate sword art. The sky desolate sword essence in his body rushed out of his dantian and condensed into a spiral. Its color changed and gradually turned golden yellow, emitting a terrifying power. Chumu's divine sense covered his entire body, controlling the aura of the divine, desolate sword essence so that it would not be sensed. Gendra did not directly attack. Chumu had enough time to successfully display the divine, desolate sword art and condense the divine, desolate sword essence. An extremely powerful power flowed through his meridians. After the sky, desolate sword essence condensed into the divine, desolate sword essence, the quantity was reduced by 10 times, but the quality was condensed by 10 times. In terms of power, it was comparable to the sword essence of the sword of Gojoseon, which was at the second heaven of the creation realm. The difference between it and Gendra's sword essence was reduced by 10 times. Even though his cultivation had reached the peak of the first heaven of the creation realm, the quantity of sword essence was still not much. After it was transformed into the divine, desolate sword essence, it was reduced by 10 times and even less. This meant that Chumu could not fight for a long time. He could only defeat Gendra in the shortest time possible. Once the time was delayed, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, just displaying the divine, desolate sword art was not enough. Desheng's burning blood transformation. Without hesitation, he displayed the blood essence that had gathered together. In an instant, it was as if a flame had landed on oil. With a loud bang, the flame swept out and soared into the sky. An extremely powerful power instantly erupted from the ignited blood essence. It was like the power of an erupting volcano that instantly spread throughout his body. The extremely powerful power caused Chumu's muscles to tighten and his bones to creak. It was as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Desheng's burning blood transformation caused Chumu's overall strength to increase by 3 times. The difference in strength between him and Gendra was reduced once again. After Desheng's burning blood transformation was displayed, a powerful power surged through his body. A faint red blood mist spurted out from his body. As it swayed, it was like a faint red flame was burning. It was immediately seen that Chumu had used some kind of secret technique. Even if you use your secret technique, you're still not my match. Gendra sneered. He firmly believed that with his Samsung sword of Gojoseon strength, even if Chumu was the genius Ichino sword of Gojoseon, he would still not be his match after using his secret technique. The difference between them was too great. Therefore, when he saw Chumu's secret technique, he did not pay much attention to it. He only felt that Chumu was fighting like a cornered beast. Gendra's thoughts were exactly what Chumu wanted. His muscles trembled. In an instant, his speed exploded without reservation. At the same time, Chumu's divine sense moved. The sword of divine sense in his spiritual world shot out 2 illusory sword shadows from Chumu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, they were faster than Chumu's and silently shot towards Gendra. Secret technique of divine sense attack. Gung Diliai's eyes widened with an abnormally sharp glint. His powerful sword intent combined with his divine remembrance to defend his mental world against Chumu's divine remembrance sword. However, Chumu's figure didn't stop. His speed suddenly increased, and his speed seemed to have become even faster. His terrifying strength exploded out like a volcanic eruption, leaving behind an afterimage. In just an instant, he had rushed in front of Gung Diliai. The The sacred sword Violent Thunder automatically flew up and transformed into an incomparably tyrannical, blazing, white thunderbolt. When it fell from the sky, it was as if a heavenly thunder had broken through the void and descended. Chu Mu's left and right hands each held a sword. One sword sliced through iron, and the other sword sliced through the wind. Two sword techniques were simultaneously used, and from two different directions, they slashed towards Gung Diliai. Fast, truly too fast. His explosive power was shocking. Fast to the extreme, inconceivably fast. Fast to the point that the one-star sword kings in the surroundings of the 100 Battles platform were simply unable to catch a glimpse of it. Only those 3-star sword kings were able to catch a blur. Gendra's expression changed. Chu Mu's speed was too fast and too sudden. The explosive power was too shocking. Moreover, when he attacked, he first used a divine sense attack to distract Gendra. Then he used the Imperial Sword technique to bombard Gendra with tyrannical power. He held a sword in each hand and used a sword technique to attack Gendra. 3 attacks came from the top, left, and right. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Gendra quickly waved his sword and circled around his body in a tyrannical posture, blocking all the attacks. He forcibly withstood Chu Mu's 3 attacks, but the power of the 3 attacks was too strong, causing Gendra's arm to tremble. In the Imperial Sword technique, Violent Thunder's sacred sword once again turned into a thunderbolt and slashed down. Its power seemed to be stronger than before. The sword in his left hand pierced out from a strange angle, making it impossible to guard against. The sword in his right hand directly used his strongest sword technique, Wind Cutter. The undying sword intent, the laws of wind, and the laws of metal erupted. The strongest sword technique combined all the power in order to kill. The power of this wind-slashing sword was even more powerful than an ordinary Earth, Tier 3rd, grade Earth-piercing sword skill. The terrifying power and the tyrannical earth-shaking force caused Gung Diliai's expression to change drastically as traces of shock spread all over his body. What a powerful sword technique! Terrifying! The sword of Gojoseon below the 100 Battle stage cried out in shock. They were stunned by Chu Mu's sword technique. Gendra barely managed to block it, but he was instantly struck by Chu Mu's sword. The invisible protective energy around his body instantly dissipated. Chu Mu's sword in his left hand was pressed against Gendra's neck. The Violent Thunder sacred sword floated above Gendra's head, while the sword in his right hand split apart Gendra's sword. "You've lost." Chu Mu stared at Gendra with cold eyes and said indifferently. Gendra's expression was incomparably ugly. His eyes were filled with unconcealable shock, and his brain couldn't process what had just happened. He actually won. Sang Mo and the others were dumbfounded. The Ichino sword of Gojoseon has defeated the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. The sword of Gojoseon, who originally thought that Chu Mu was arrogant, were all dumbfounded. Gendra's 2 lackeys were also dumbfounded. They were motionless, as if they were made of wood. The cold tip of the sword made Gendra's neck feel cold. Goosebumps rose all over his body. If Chu Mu's left hand had moved forward, it would have pierced Gendra's neck and taken his life. Sheathing the sword into his interspatial ring, the Violent Thunder sacred sword fell. Chu Mu also stopped Deshang's burning blood transformation and the divine desolate sword art. He quickly took out a Bloodyong pill and consumed it. To be able to defeat Gendra so quickly in this battle, it had to be said that on one hand, Gendra had underestimated Chu Mu. On the other hand, Chu Mu had used all of his strength in an instant, using Gendra's underestimation to win. If Gendra had paid enough attention to Chu Mu, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to win. It would have been a tough battle. No matter what, Chu Mu had won. Gung Diliai's teeth were clenched so tightly that the roots of his teeth were about to shatter. The hand holding the sword constantly exerted force, as if he was about to crush the sword hilt. His eyes were filled with purple lightning as he stared unwaveringly at Chu Mu. Chu Mu also stared at Gung Dilei, in case Gung Dilei retaliated out of anger. His chest heaved up and down violently. Finally, Gendra exhaled. The blazing purple lightning in his eyes was restrained. He looked deeply at Chu Mu and waved his left hand. Immediately, a spatial bracelet flew out and landed in Chu Mu's hand. He turned and was about to leave. Chu Mu used his spiritual perception to check. There were 7 million high-grade origin crystals in it. You're still short of 3 million. Chu Mu kept the spatial bracelet and said to Gendra's back, "You." Gendra's footsteps stopped. His body trembled and he was even more furious. "Brother Gung, did you forget about the bet?" Chu Mu said unhurriedly. "Lend me 3 million first." Gendra took a deep breath. His lungs were about to explode from anger. He suppressed his anger and said to his 2 lackeys. The 2 lackeys naturally couldn't refuse their boss's order. They pooled together 3 million high-grade origin crystals and handed it to Chu Mu. 10 million, the bet is complete. Brother Gung, have a safe trip. I won't see you out. This was equivalent to obtaining 10 million high-grade origin crystals for free. Chu Mu's mood was extremely good as he spoke. Gung Dilei felt a mouthful of blood rush up his head and he almost spat it out. He hurriedly rode on his sword and quickly left. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would either be angered to the point of vomiting blood or be unable to resist pulling out his sword to fight Chu Mu to the death. Chu Mu glanced below with an indifferent expression. He activated the sword light and left as well. He planned to return to his own sword tower and cultivate the flying heaven sword controlling art. He left behind dozens of Sword of Gojosian who were still in shock.